What's going on here? What's going on, everybody? What's going on? What is going down? How's everybody doing? You know what I'm saying? We start the show at 10. 10, I'm sorry. We start the show at 9:30. You know what I'm saying? But I like to, if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're late, you just, you're derelict. But before we get into the show, I like to, just chop it up with y'all, let the people get into the room. And before, saying our guest, this is an open panel today. This is an open panel today. Um, so, um, you're free to come up, share your thoughts on the topic at hand, what we're talking about. We're gonna go through some politics. We're gonna go through some social stuff. We're gonna have some slides, some videos. We're gonna hit a little bit on these news articles. And we're just gonna have a good time. I do this once a month, or maybe twice a month, if I have like a special guest or something like that I want to do like a little interview with, where we just chopping it up, having a good time. I do this in place of the 1/3 show because I like to do that 3 times in a month. And I like to do this open panel format. So the 1/3 show is actually a show where I get up here. Thank you for giving me your undivided attention, and it pops off. And thank you for subscribing, liking the channel, share it if you will. It would be greatly appreciated for your support. Also, there are other content creators that I deeply support, and everything like that. Said we have JustaskChar in the chat. The producer herself, the Quincy Jones of the space. What I'm saying? Happy pre-Friday to you. You know what I'm saying? Also, almost there, getting to Friday. What's going on, Vonda? How are you? How you doing, sis? Nick, Hotep, and your what's going on? RVSOP, what's going on with you? Let's see who else we got in here. You know what I'm saying? Coochie. I'm done with you, Nick. Stop. We ain't get to that yet. Cherry blossoms. Yeah, that's the cherry blossoms. You know what I'm saying? The cherry blossoms, they in the back. You know what I'm saying? I was at the park. They pretty much gone now. Like, you can't really see much, but they're pretty much gone now. It was actually, like, last week was actually lovely. It was nice. It was like 70-degree weather. I was outside on the balcony like 10, 11 o'clock at night. It was a nice breeze. Had the windows open, but I already know this summer gonna be hot. What's going on, Kels? What's going on, sis? How you doing? I hope your week is going well. My nigga teacher, what's going on, What's going on? That's my dude right here. This is my dude. Check out his channel ASAP. Matter of fact, hold on, CJ, man. Hold on, man. Is your thing? Type in the chat for me, man, if your thing is blue or not. Hold on, man, because you know what I'm saying. I've been derelict in my responsibilities here, CJ. Hold on, man. I gotta go up on the tube. I gotta go up on the tube and go up on the tube. I gotta go check this. Hold on, y'all. See if my man CJ. CJ, go ahead and drop a link to your what's the name, bro? To go ahead and drop a link to your channel in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and drop the link to your channel. Yeah. Everybody just go ahead and Char, drop a link to your channel in the chat. CJ, go ahead and drop a link to your channel chat. RVSOP, drop your link in the channel in the chat, stuff like that. Kels, you got a channel, you just don't be on it sometimes, but you know what I'm saying? You drop a link to your channel in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So we get it on, and pretty much, and CJ, my bad, man, I gotta add you to the description because everybody that we support over here, in the description box, they're the links to their channel in the chat, also to the regime and stuff like that. What's up, crew? You know what I'm saying? CRU reality, what's going on, fam? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, drop your link. Yeah, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I mean, we like to support our peoples, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I know, right? I know, right? That be happening all the time. That be happening all the time. But man, how's y'all week, man? How's y'all week so far, man? It's been crazy out here in these streets, man. It's been crazy out there in these streets, man. Like these people been popping off, man. They've been popping off real bad lately. You know what I'm saying? Like we gonna get into a lot of stuff. We're gonna we're gonna talk about some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate the support over there. You know what I'm saying? All right, man, no problem, bro. Yo, we gonna get up with that. We gonna get up with that stream later on this week, man. Let me know when you're free. You know, hit me in the back cave in the back chat with the owls and shit. Yerp, yerp. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, most definitely, it's going to be down. Now, I don't usually do this. Y'all know how I feel about this. If you come up here with some foolishness, if I don't rock with you like that, and you gonna sit in the back, like this is class participation. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna sit up on my panel and not have nothing constructive to say. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna have nothing constructive to say. All right, like real talk. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna have nothing constructive to say. So if you want to come up here and chop it up, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because I will smite thee. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. So I put the thing in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna put, you know, stuff up on screen. I'm gonna tell you the way I'm gonna do it. I just put the link in the chat up there. Mods, you know how it is. I do not, I repeat, I do not tolerate terrorism in my chat. So mods, you have the one shot, one kill rule. Go ahead, you know, smite them from the heavens or do whatever you need to do. I really don't care because, you know what I'm saying, it's all about decency and order. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And if they ain't directing at me, and if you're directed anything at one of my mods and you're disrespectful, if you get smited by one of my mods, you deserve it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody here is people I talk to. They're trusted. They got a wrench for a reason. All right? You know what I'm saying? So if you want to have a conversation, you want to chop it up, you want to come up here, you know, just a little free talk before we get into the business, you know what I'm saying? Then you are free to do, you're free to do so. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem with it. But if I get an inkling of something's about to happen, guess what's going to happen to you?
Turner!
You know what I'm saying?
Turner!
Let's run that back again.
Turner!
You know what I mean? That's what's going to happen to you. You're going to catch that work. You're going to catch that work from left and the right hands. You know what I'm saying? I ain't playing. You know what I mean? We ain't playing over here in these streets. Oh, appreciate it. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate it. Shout out with the shout out with the share. Appreciate everybody here. You right? It's Petty Fool's Day every day. You know what I'm saying? We get it in. You know what I'm saying? We ain't playing. You know what I mean? But so how's everybody's week? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's sundress season. You know what I mean? Last year it was canceled. They start giving people vaccine shots now. So sundress season is upon us. It is on popping. You know what I'm saying? It is sundress season. You know what I'm saying? Sundress season. I hope y'all, I hope during the sundress season, you know, that corona, you know what I'm saying? That, you know what I mean? That corona weight done worked off and shit. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Dark Man Jeff? What's going on, family? What's going on, family? Oh no, bro. Like, you good, fam. Like, I'm like when I get to a certain amount of subs, man, I don't want to put that pressure on nobody. But if you want to donate, we have our lovely JustaskChar. Char, go ahead and drop the donation link to your channel. If you want to donate, please donate to our lovely JustaskChar. But I got a strict rule on that. I want to get organic. I want to get the corporate money first before I ask for the money for my people, because I don't want to be up here yelling hit the link. But you can donate to our wonderful Lady Char, bro. If you would like to if you want to donate to our lovely Lady Char. Char, can you go ahead and drop your link to your Cash App if you're around, or if the Mars have Char, because that lady does not get enough support and love and stuff from these spaces. But thank you for even I feel honored, bro, that you wanted to even donate to me. So I'm gonna hit you with one of these, my nigga.
Turner.
Hit you with one of these again.
Turner.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? And for the likes on the stream, please, you know what I'm saying, like the stream. Thank you very much. Please share it as much as possible. Let me talk to my peoples down here, right? So we still got some time. You know what I'm saying, to talk, you know what I mean? And I'm waiting for esteemed brethren, when he gets ready to come up here and give us his wonderful insight on things. And if you want to come up here once again, you can come up here. You know what I'm saying? I know you got that joke. It was an inside joke. But yeah, bro, like just to be real with y'all, I'm gonna just tell you how I'm doing this. If you didn't know, if you didn't notice, one, I didn't put any PayPal, any Cash App links. Not that I don't want your support. It's just that I feel as though is that I don't have the platform. I don't have my platform and my bearings right yet. The second thing is I want to organically reach a certain amount of subs. So your donation to me is sharing it, liking it, showing up, participating in the stream. But if you would like to donate, before I get to my certain target number of subs, where I'm trying to get to the target number of subs organically, so I can be monetized. Because at the end of the day, your support is your support. But I want that corporate money to come in. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put all the burns on you and stuff like that. So, but if you want to donate to our lovely Lady Char, you know what I'm saying, the Quincy Jones of the space holding it down. You know what I'm saying? We don't, you know what I'm saying? So she's been putting in mad work way before me. So, you know what I mean? That's the least that I can do. But for all of my people in here, so what's going on with y'all this week, man? How was your week? How was your week? Like, how was your week? You just type it in the chat for me. How was your week? Is the weather getting is the weather getting better? Is the weather getting, you know what I'm saying, where you at? Because I heard there was a cold snap, and then, you know what I'm saying, I know here it is popping right now. The sun is out. I feel rejuvenated. You know, being inside, man, this COVID thing, man, like, you know, that COVID depression thing is a real thing, being stuck in the house on punishment. Like, I'm an introvert to a certain degree. But man, like, I don't know. When I started walking around and I was outside, ooh, man, that melanin was popping, man. You know, I realized I was getting lighter staying in this house. I gotta get my darkness going on. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Kev? The weather is the weather be on some bipolar stuff. It'd be 45 degrees one day, 75 degrees. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, cold snap in Chicago. Shara, you know how I feel about Chicago. I got PTSD about y'all weather over there. I'd rather be in Russia than Chicago. What's going on, Supreme Elder? How you been? How you doing there, Supreme Elder? Oh yeah, by the way, y'all. So the show was fire yesterday on Classic R&B Jams, but you can catch the replay on Mixcloud, on Char Willie's Mixcloud. Char, can you please drop that in the chat if you would like to want to check the replay on Mixcloud? You know what I'm saying? But you should check it, but you need to be there live. I'm like, you know, we be twerking in the chat, we be having all types of stuff. So they got On the Beat with JustaskChar, and you know what? I'm sitting up here running my mouth, and we got visual aids up here. I'm sitting up here running my track. Here we go.
Keep the beat. They broadcast every Wednesday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CRBJ, Classic R&B Jams. There are discussions of the songs, and that can take you back down memory lane. If you missed the live broadcast, no worries. Replays are uploaded on Mixcloud. So, follow JustaskChar Advice Channel on Mixcloud, and you will receive the notification when these broadcasts are uploaded.
Hi, This is Char Willie from the JustaskChar Advice channel on YouTube. Join me every Friday night at 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for an open panel discussion. You'll find myself, Classic Ruby, and others giving our honest opinion, giving several examples, and problem solving. If you have an email for advice, you can send it to justaskchar@gmail.com. Hope to see you soon. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, folks, it's your nighttime. It's your right time DJ Music, and welcome to Classic R&B Jams Radio. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, playing all the hits from the decades, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. Right here, Classic R&B Jams Radio. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Soulful sound all around town.
All right, so you know what I'm saying, we got, we did our drops. Once again. Make sure you go check that out, please. Most intentionally go check that out. So we support other content creators. We rock with them, we support them. So go check that out. You know what I'm saying? So tomorrow, make sure you check, you go to our Steam Char Willie's channel. You know what I'm saying? JustaskChar Advice channel. It's an open panel. It's usually Char. It's usually the co-host Ruby and our sister Vonda there. And and Char always have these wonderful discussion pieces where we try to reverse engineer what's going on. I come up there sometimes or whatever, but it's an open panel. And make sure you're on time because Char do not play. She don't care. You got 2 hours and 30 minutes to say your piece, or you're going to have to come back next week. Show up late if you want to. She ain't playing. You know what I'm saying? And then there's article reactions on Saturday where they go through articles and her and Ruby present these articles and stuff like that. And then Sunday, of course, is the backyard barbecue. It's a perfect time to just listen to some good music on CRBJ with our esteemed Supreme Elder Music. And he plays everything, you know what I'm saying? It's just a nice grooving time. I always sit back, listen to it, and relax. I'll be reading a book and grooving and stuff like that. So without further ado, let's get into it. You know what I'm saying? I've been running my mouth doing all of this stuff for a long time. Let's get into it. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about something, of course, you know what I'm saying? I'm always going to jump out with something. You know what I mean? So we're going to hit you with something quickly. The first thing we're going to hit you up with, right? Because I like to give some contrast because, I don't like to beat down on us as much, you know what I'm saying? Because, we have enough of that in the media. But let's talk about the dominant society, shall we? All right, let's break it down. So my first article that I'm going to bring up to you guys, the first thing that I'm going to bring up to you guys is this one right here. Okay, so we have the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star Jean Shah, an assistant arrested and charged with federal fraud and conspiracy, right? So let's see what Jean Shah, who is Jean Shah? I don't know. I didn't know, but this hit the news. This is a big thing in the news. This hit the news. So I don't know who this person is. Like, you know what I'm saying? But this is what she looks like. You know, that model minority, huh? Let me get this a full screen, y'all. Let me get this a full screen. That model minority, huh? Dominant society, yeah. But this is the model minority, right? You know what I'm saying? So, fraud and conspiracy. What was you doing? I'm trying to figure this out. This is who she is. This is what she. All right, it's Petty Fool's Day, man. We got to get it in. We got to, all right, y'all. I can't say it, but I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and drag in the chat. Go ahead, drag in the chat. Go ahead, drag in the chat. Go ahead. That is a strong jawline. Shout out to the CIAs and the FBIs. Go ahead, y'all. Get it out your system. No, all right, hold on. Because I'm trying not to laugh because I know y'all, right? Y'all know what I want to say, but you know, certain particular groups get certain protections out here on these platforms. And I can't say it, but that don't mean that y'all can't go ham. You know what I'm saying? She looked real strong in the chin line. You know what I'm saying? She looked real, man. Man, look at that, man. All right, let me read that. Oh man, I know y'all was gonna get a kick out of this. All right, so yes, Betty. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yes, I'm Betty. Okay. Yes, I'm Betty. Yes, I'm Betty. All right, so okay, more legal trouble for the Real Housewives franchise. If y'all didn't know, the Real Housewives, they done had several of their stars go to jail for some type of fraud or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they always going to jail. Like the Real Housewives, like somebody going to jail. Like if you get on the Real Housewives, I don't know what they doing, but it is what it is. Federal prosecutors say Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star Jen Shah and her assistant Stuart Smith engaged in nationwide fraud, telemarketing, and conspiracy to commit money laundering scheme. Conspiracy to commit money laundering, telemarketing scheme, man. They calling you up, man, acting like creditors and stuff. According to the filing, the duo and other accomplices carried out a wide-ranging telemarketing scheme that defrauded hundreds of victims. The victims throughout the United States, many of whom were over the age of 55. They're accused of selling those victims so-called business services in connections with the victims' purported online businesses. The indictment alleges a widespread coordinated effort to traffic in list of potential victims or leads, many of whom had previous made an initial investment to create online businesses with other participants. So basically they was running a pyramid scheme. Like I know a lot of you start getting these inboxes, start getting these inboxes in Facebook about they got one mutual friend and it's like Bitcoin and investing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You looking like a man. Oh, I'm done with y'all, man. I gotta stop. I got y'all stop. Maybe it's the filters. You know what I'm saying? Look, let me read this article and I'm gonna let y'all roast. Okay, hold on. It's like, okay. So the Real Housewives duo allegedly with among things. Participant Shaw and Smith received a share of the fraudulent revenue. Shaw Smith are each charged with one count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud in connection with telemarketing through which they victimized 10 or more persons over the age of 55. The charge carries a maximum sentence of 30 years. They were also each hit with one count of conspiracy to commit money laundering, which counts a maximum sentence of 20 years. So one is 30 years, my bad, and the other was 20 years. Shaw and Smith are arrested earlier today and will be presented this afternoon in the Salt Lake City federal courthouse. Real Housewives of Salt Lake City was renewed last month for a second season. This is Utah. Like, I don't know if y'all want to watch Real Housewives of Utah. Like, I'm not a Utah thing. I'm not watching. I don't understand. Like, I didn't even know they had one. No, they just, whatever. Of course, this isn't the first time one of Bravo's franchise stars has been hit with federal charges. Between 2014 and 2015, Real Housewives of New Jersey star Teresa Guditz served 15-month stint in federal prison for fraud. Her husband Joe spent 41 months in prison. So basically, even though you got a maximum sentence, this woman only did 15 months in club fed, and her husband only did 40 months. And Joe, I think she got divorced from him, and then he got his because he was Italian, I think, and he got his visa revoked, and he's in Italy and stuff. And she moved on some other dude. You know what I'm saying? You can read the entire federal indictment below. So this is the entire federal indictment. We're not going to read through all of that. But the link is in the description box if you would like to check it out. And let me get to the y'all roasted. So this is this is what she looked like. I'm gonna let y'all roast, man. Oh man. Y'all, I can't with y'all, man. Hold on. Let me let y'all roast. Hold on. Let's see what he's talking about here. Let's read these here. Let's see. Let's see, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh my God. The hype will be scary there. Well, remember, like, if you listen to her name, she's Asian. She's Asian. She's Asian. I'm sorry to tell you that. She's Asian. She's Asian. And she, you know what I mean? Like, she's Asian. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? She ain't white. She might identify as white, but she ain't white. Teresa became a yoga instructor in the Fed. Oh, yeah. See, that's why I love having Neek in the chat. Neek be coming with the facts, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my fact checker right there. You know what I'm saying? That's my fact checker. See, like a lot of y'all content creators, man, y'all got to rely on your mods, man, because you don't know every single damn thing, man. Like Neek, like my mods be on point, man. They be on point. You know what I'm saying? They be on point. Yo, Dog Man Jump, go on, fam. Yo, all cap. All cap. All cap. All cap. All right. So, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I mean? But this is crazy, right? We talk about, you know what I'm saying, like we talk about the dominant society or the model minority, but people are out here frauding people out of money. They attacking elders, you know, elderly people, 55. So I just want y'all to know is, look, man, if something don't sound right, I know we in some rough times, but the reason why I brought this up is a lot of people getting hit with that friend. It's like a lot of people with the friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, you know what I mean? It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It is what it is. So you got to understand this, is that, what's going on, Jerome? What's up, fam? You got to understand that, you know what I mean, no group is better than the other. Like, they put on this facade about the model minority. There is no modeled anything. People gonna get it how they live. But they just put us in a situation all the time where we are always helpless, or we doing too much, or we savaging. But people running around here, this woman, I say that loosely, but this woman, with her assistant, she got an assistant, and they were running around doing this, and you're on a television show. Now, did this happen before the television show? Maybe, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter. You're frauding people out of money. And that's not cool. That's not cool at all. You know what I'm saying? This is in Utah. Utah, this is Mormon country, man. They ain't playing, man. You running around taking them people money. People ain't playing. People ain't playing at all. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't even know, like, who won Real Housewives of Utah? Come on now. Come on now. Hey, look, it is what it is, right? So we're gonna move on to the next one. You know, I thought y'all liked that, you know what I mean? Something a little crazy, Thought y'all liked that, you know what I'm saying? I like to bring something to the table for y'all, you know what I'm saying? So we can laugh and joke and whatever, right? So we're gonna move on to something else, right? We're gonna talk about something that happened in my good old city of Baltimore, Maryland, right? Now, you know, if you know me, if you heard me speak, I'm really upfront and open. about the articles of prostitution on the table. It is coming to a city near you. I know Vonda is about to clutch them pearls. You know what I'm saying? I know Vonda is about to clutch them pearls. I know you're gonna clutch them pearls, Vonda. So stay with me. You know what I'm saying? You know, because you know, we be in here and the elder like, don't be telling everything. You know what I'm saying? The elder be smacking me in the back of the head and stuff like that. But we're going to talk about some things, right? And this actually affects, because this is a sweeping thing that's happening, right? Things are changing. These things are changing for us because this actually affects us in these major cities. Why is this so important? Because they're already talking about doing this in New York, but Baltimore went a step further in doing it. So let me explain it to you. Now, I'm going to give you some history about this. Baltimore has a black mayor, right? So the last three mayors have been black in Baltimore. When I grew up, we had Kurt L. Smoke, we had William Donald Schaefer, then he became the governor of Maryland. Then we had Kurt L. Smoke, and then he got then O'Malley became the mayor, and then he became the governor, and he's actually a rep in the House of Representatives now, right? And then we had two female mayors, Sheila Dixon, and then her assistant. That was a mess because they caught her on fraud charges of, you know, getting like, I think stipends or something like that. She was giving them out to her friends, and she sold her book to the school system. She got snitched on by her assistant, by the assistant, the vice mayor, and she took over. And then she was way more fraudulent than her, and they found out about her. And then the brother that was her assistant, I think, he ran for mayor, and Sheila Dixon tried to run against him, and she almost won because Baltimore was doing better under her, even though, you know, it is what it is. But let me put it to you like this. There has never been a black governor in the state of Maryland, far as my knowledge. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. We can be mayors of cities all we want to, but actually the governor actually holds more sway and more power because it's over the whole state, right? The city is itself, but the state is where you really can help your people. And this is what I'm really talking about us getting in positions of power in our local state, and in our city councils, in our state governments, right? We gotta be the judges. We gotta be this because this affects policy. Now, why is this so important? Well, I'm gonna tell you why this is so important. Because if the mayor is black, then the district attorney is black, right? The Sister Malsby, when she was going after them, did that thing with Freddie Gray when he got his back broke, in the back of we call it the paddy wagon. You know what I'm saying? Where they lock you up and they throw you in the back when they come around the city and do a sweep. They just snatch everybody off the corner and just throw everybody in the back. And then they sort you out later. You know what I'm saying? Prison industrial complex. But let me get into this and let me explain what I'm talking about. So lower level offenses, including drug possession and prostitution, will no longer be prosecuted in Baltimore. Now think about that. Lower level offenses, including drug possession and prostitution, will no longer be prosecuted in Baltimore. That means it's not, weed is recreational. Marijuana is recreational in Baltimore. They decriminalized it, they did the medical, and then they did the recreational. This means everything, right? This means cocaine, this means crack, this means fentanyl, this means methamphetamine, this means any low-level offenses. So that means if you got enough on you where they consider you as a user, they just gonna give you a citation. They're not going to prosecute you. If you out there popping it out, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know, busting it wide open on the corner, and you trying to make ends meet. Hey, they ain't gonna lock you up for prostitution in Baltimore. They're not gonna prosecute you. No more in Baltimore. Now, let's read it. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic has seen law enforcement and criminal justice agencies. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Who we got here? Oh, we have our esteemed brother in Cerulean. What's going on, bro? You're Cerulean. Yo.
Am I coming in?
Yeah.
You're great esteemed brethren.
What's going on? I was just reading the articles of prostitution that's on the table.
We've been, kind of tracking this for a minute. We've been saying it like basically since late 2019 when the Great Split happened. And this was coming down the pike, and derelict Negro males didn't realize that this is what what we were saying. Like this is what's happening. Like, if you're a derelict Negro male and you crying about bitches all day, you'll finally, especially if you're on the East Coast, be able to walk down the street and buy some pussy in peace. Yeah. While with a blunt in your mouth, right?
What I'm saying?
Start the line off of some chick's tit.
Yeah, exactly.
And paid for some pussy.
and you know what's really like, saying, because I'm gonna read this, but I'm gonna give y'all context on why they're doing it, and Cerulean is going to tell you why they're doing it too, right? Because they're not just doing it because they're just malevolent and gracious. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to do this because of that. So let me finish reading this and get into it, right? So the ongoing coronavirus pandemic has seen law enforcement and criminal justice agencies across the country make adjustments in what crimes they do and do not prosecute in an effort to mitigate the spread of the virus. In Baltimore, those adjustments will remain permanent as the city prosecutor announced her office will no longer prosecute a multitude of low-level offenses. Over the last year, the city had implemented a series of changes under the COVID criminal justice policy. A series of solutions developed with public health authorities to address low-level offenses while also not increasing the spread of the virus for people incarcerated. The year-long experiment has seen the city's incarceration population drop by 18%. Wow, look at that shit, right?
Well, here's the reality, right? And that's why there's a major push to deprivatize the prison system. Basically saying that prisons should belong in the hands of the states that administer, punishments for crimes, and not to some profiteering private agency that has incentive to lock people up and therefore killing the lobby for private prisons. The reality is that if you go all the way back, as much as they like to say that, certain cities are inherently criminal, for the most part, it's a lie. If you go all the way back, and you can look at the history of this, there was a slight spike in crime before a rapid, steady decline of overall nationwide crime. That was at the end of Bush Jr. administration.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is why you've always heard me say that I think it was partly the high rate of black people, specifically black males, finding more interest in college, tech, STEM, and specifically military, which you as you and I both know that the Army and the Navy, it turns out the greatest amount of America's black techies.
Yeah.
We churn them out at a rate that is that only a private institution, a private tech firm could only wish they could do as far as training. And this is what the Navy and the Army have done. As a matter of fact, they're restarting a program. The United States Marines have recently implemented a tech program of their own, which is why you see the Marines for the F-21 Lightning IIs of all the branches, they were the first to actually get theirs, even before the Air Forces, because the Marine Corps, as you know, Uncle Sam's abandoned children.
Sure. Was it misguided children? I think it
was one of those monikers.
Yeah.
And that's why they were the first to get their F-21s.
Right.
because they actually just added another MOS specifically for technicians that work on those planes. And so, and you've always heard me say that it was that collection of things that staved off the negative effects of things like the crack epidemic that the Black community was being plagued with. Understand, during the Bush administration, the military was about 30% Black. The Army alone, just over a third of the Army alone was Black.
Yeah.
You know, Fort Benning, Georgia was its main, because it's basically a mainstay, which is why they've never attempted to close down Benning, is because of mainstay. And if you actually look at upper NCOs who basically train the officers, that is a all Black regime mostly. There are very, very, very few white people, white guys that train the soldiers. I'm talking about from low level, as you know, at boot camp. It's a good chance that if you went to boot camp within the last 15 years, your your CO, your RDC, your whatever, there's a good chance that he's Black.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like I saw the change when we was in Great Lakes.
Oh yeah,
there was a lot of Black RDCs, and you know what I mean. Like I was, I thought it was normal.
It was kind of a culture shock for me too, right? Because I joined at 17, right? 98, and despite what even some of my classmates were saying, man, you're gonna go there to die, man. Like you're gonna give your life and all this other shit. It's like, look, my dad survived through a motherfucking war. I have two uncles that survived through the war. The other uncle that was actually deployed with the Marines during Vietnam, and he went on 6 deployments, and he survived. Came back crazy as shit, but he survived. Yeah, came back crazy as shit with a drug addiction, but he survived. Yeah. But even at 17, when I go in, it was just so surprising because, like, the RDC, like the people that are getting us off the bus, that are issuing all of our gear, that like it was like damn near, it was like fucking like 70, damn near 80% Black. It was like, it was so surprising because from what I was hearing before I even went, even from people I went to high school with, was that the same thing that you still hear today, was that this is the white man's institution.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whenever I join, it's like I find out that's inherently not true. Yeah, and now what really changed all of that? If you remember, just before Bush leaves office, he's the one that actually passes that the expedited naturalization for immigrants under the condition if they join the military. So they do their minimum 3-year enlistment. Bam. They're naturalized as an American citizen. I
remember that. Yeah, it was a lot of immigrants.
Yeah, if you remember, one of the biggest groups that benefited from that were the Filipinos, because you could recruit from Manila.
Yeah.
It was one of the biggest foreign recruiting stations outside of, say, Japan or Okinawa, Yokosuka, outside of those regions. Like Manila is one of our biggest interests, and the Filipinos actually one of the biggest beneficiaries of that program.
Yeah, and then I think second was the Dominicans. You saw a lot of influx of Dominicans. I remember on the East Coast, it was like a whole bunch of Dominicans, like just in 99.
The Dominican influx.
Yeah, true.
You got to remember, just 4 years before that, while we were still in high school, you just had NAFTA.
Yeah.
Remember, NAFTA not only covered Canada and Mexico, but it also covered the Caribbean islands.
Yep.
And so the second biggest group that benefited from that was basically, what you'll call like a Hispanic, Latino. They literally could jump borders, and come through the southern border, or even literally fly over and come through the Canadian border, join the United States military, get their 3-year enlistment, and basically become a naturalized citizen.
Yeah, overnight. Yeah,
literally overnight.
You know what I'm saying?
And so now you're looking at this rapid decline of crime coming all the way from the end of the Bush era through Obama's era, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you still have that steady decline where it becomes so severe that crime is so low that you have private prisons trying to sue cities and states for not keeping the numbers up.
Mm.
And that becomes that thing where you see that era where you're seeing more and more black people, especially black males, and as you can see within the recent years, like I mean, you're not really seeing any shortage of it, but black females being killed in the middle of the street like nothing.
Yeah.
And that's all due to this thirst that is created by private prisons that literally force by force of being sued to the cities and the states to keep their prison numbers up, their private prison numbers up.
Yeah.
That they also profit off of these prisoners and their families. You know.
Yeah. Right.
And that's why you saw that if you look like just about 10 years ago, they started doing these little bait traps, like they did the bait car, if you remember that. They would basically trap people, right, and trap citizens in impoverished communities by putting some nice car in the middle of there with the car still running, doors open, and then as soon as somebody gets in it, they remotely lock the door, shut down the engine, and then go bust them for Grand Theft Auto. Right?
Exactly.
And one of the things that actually kind of made me proud was they dumped a container full of Nike Jordans in the middle of Chicago. In a black community, and not a single one of them was missing, or like the whole thing went untouched, right? Because this is one of the things about tech kind of proliferated black people, especially our bottom 40% of the poorest black Americans, kind of proliferated our access to things that we normally couldn't get. So you have Alibaba Express, you can get a pair of Jordans for like $27. May not be real, but they look every bit as much as a real Jordan.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like
so if you can get that real Jordan for $27, why would you go steal them off the back of some container?
Exactly. And then you know what I'm saying, and this sister, right? This is a black woman. I want y'all to understand this. The mayor is a black man, the sister's a black woman, right? So as a result, the Baltimore City's state attorney, right? Marlon Mosby has decided no longer to prosecute the following low-level crimes: drug and drug paraphernalia, possession, prostitution, trespassing, minor traffic offenses, open container violations, and urinating and defecating in public.
That's interesting, because when it comes to urinating and defecating in public, we know that's mostly a white and East Indian thing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But
East Indians don't have any problem dropping trowel and squatting on the side of the road. I mean, they do it in their own country.
Yeah.
But as far as trespassing, and it's so funny because I still find it interesting that that message that the black woman is the bane of the black man's existence, and here you are, the black woman in Baltimore, literally decriminalizing for the city crimes that mostly black impoverished young black men are prosecuted for.
Exactly. So
and black women, right? Because prostitution. If you can look at Baltimore, we've done this, in the back test quite a few times. It showed you the numbers when it comes to prostitution, especially on the East Coast, that DMV region. Even though whites, Latinos, and Asians are literally the biggest demographic group that practice prostitution, like publicly under the auspices of like massage therapy or what have you. If you look at the women that are locked up the most for prostitution, is just black women on accusation. That's and so that's one of the things. I got to give praise to the sister, out in Baltimore, who is like literally doing God's work, because this is really where the fight is at. We've always talked about it. We always said it, that the fight is with the states. That's where it starts. That's where you get your precedents for federal policy.
Now I'm gonna read these last two paragraphs. The link to this article is in the description, y'all. So today, America's war on drug users is over in the city of Baltimore. We leave behind the era of tough on crime prosecution and zero tolerance policies, no longer default to the status quo of criminalization most people of color for addiction. Mosby says in a press release. The state attorney's office will work alongside Baltimore Police Department as well as the Baltimore Crisis Response Incorporated in order to provide services to people found committing these offenses as opposed to arresting them. The BCRI is a crisis center focused on helping those with mental health and substance issues. Rather than arrest and prosecute, the BCR will connect individuals with services in areas such as mental health, housing, and substance use. The press release read, in addition to BCR and Mosby's office will work with SPARC, a center for women in Southwest Baltimore, Baltimore Safe Haven, an organization that provides assistance for transgendered people, as well as sex workers outreach project. Right? Mosby's decision has the support of the Baltimore Mayor, Brandon Scott, and Baltimore City Police Commissioner, Michael Harrison. The Baltimore branch of the NAACP has also came out and supported the decision by the state's attorney. In the year that has shown us the importance of equality, both as it relates to the coronavirus and incidents of police violence, we are pleased to see that the state's attorney's office for Baltimore City, under the leadership of the state's attorney Mosby, has been responsive to the community's needs and the cause for equality. Reverend Kobe Little, president of the Baltimore NAACP. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this is a good move, because this sets precedent. And as a matter of fact, there's about 5 cities, and Baltimore is one of those cities of strategic political importance. Because Baltimore, if you really look on the East Coast, between Baltimore and New York City, these two cities alone have set more federal precedents than literally anywhere else in the United States. And coming in a close third would be your California, fourth would be Chicago, and then I think here in Minnesota we're like ninth. Yeah, so these are.
Hey, you reading this, really? Dogman Jeff, maybe there'll be less incels on this platform complaining about women in 8+ hour panels. Go buy you some cooch and live your life.
Amen, my brother. Like they understand. Like, if you're that hard pressed for, rather sexual access, you're complaining about, man, with these women, and it's so crazy. Like, all of these things really stem from some kind of unfulfilled childhood desire to gain sexual access. And I remember doing a panel with a guy that literally came up there and said, because he wasn't popular, and I never knew that fucking, masculinity was a popularity contest. It's not. I mean, it's just something that you do. Like, people would get upset when I talk about dereliction. Dereliction is an everyday fight. It's not something that, you either are or you aren't, in the time that you are, you aren't. It's not something that you have to stay stuck in. Yeah, it's something that you can't escape. Yeah, that's why I use dereliction as opposed to say, with a certain someone, Dusty. As opposed to that, right?
Or dominated, you know what I'm saying?
I think dereliction is more appropriate, because you can escape dereliction.
Yeah. You know what? Speaking of dereliction, right?
Like I fight with dereliction every day myself. You know what I mean? Like it's an everyday fight.
You know what? You want to hear about some dereliction? Would you like to hear about some dereliction, that's Cerulean? What the crowd would like to hear about some dereliction. Since we're on this drug offense thing, guess who was participating in these drug offenses? And this makes sense about that crime bill that was passed back in the day, right?
Yeah, we know about Joe Biden's son, and Joe Biden's son is not the only one either. Like, if you look at a lot of congressionals' kids, senators' kids, presidents' kids, like the Bush twins. I mean, the Clinton girl, right? Yeah, these people fucking use. Yeah, these people use drugs at a ridiculous rate. Yeah. The way a nigga in the hood spends $20 on a sack of weed is the way these people spend $1,000, $10,000 just getting high on coke, meth, heroin, fentanyl, what have you. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna read this. This is also in the description. Hunter Biden says he was smoking crack every 15 minutes. More jaw-dropping moments from the memoir, Beautiful Things. Nigga, whatever crack you got, and you was smoking it every 15 minutes, that crack was trash. Man, you need to get you some black junkie friends. Like, that's the problem. You was
smoking crack if you're smoking crack every 15 minutes, man, you just need to go ahead and shoot your dealer. Okay,
that shit was some bookie. That nigga had some bookie, man. He had some bookie.
Now that your dad is president, you can probably get away with murdering your dealer. Okay, just shoot him in the head. For playing you. I could have hooked up with a guy that got you at a lot cheaper and a lot higher for more than 15 minutes. Okay. And not only that, you'd have probably had you'd have probably gained some kind of disposition to provide random things like batteries, brake changes, window washings, the lawn services.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me type this in.
Look, Joe. We know who the guys are. I can send you to a guy in Chicago right now. If you want to go to Chicago, go to Chicago. I get you plugged in with a guy right now. He'll get you right. Okay. And you might smoke it, and you might have this urge. So it's like say, I all of a sudden have an urge to change someone's brakes. Okay.
Yes,
it's like I have this random urge to provide someone with batteries and hand lotion.
Listen, look, I'm gonna say this. Like, I gotta keep reading this. 15 minutes. You were smoking crack for 15 minutes. Nigga, Frank Lucas would smack you. Like, nigga, that's ain't blue magic. Nigga, what was you
know what it reminds me of, though, Dre? You remember that Richard Pryor joke about 50 cent worth of
cocaine? Yeah. You see, he ain't had no teeth. Leon Street come in there. He wanted $1.50 worth of cocaine. That shit melted when you open aluminum foil. Like, man, I remember that. Listen, when I saw this, so this makes sense with that crime bill. This makes sense with that crime bill.
Like I have this uncontrollable urge to provide somebody with baby clothes. I'm telling you, look, Joe Junior, man, just hit me up, brother.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, hold on 1 second, Cerulean. Hey, I welcome all of y'all. Thank y'all for coming in the chat. From Ant, thank you for the support, brother. If you want to join the chat, you know what I'm saying, to jump on the panel, the link is pinned to the chat box. But my mods, I told y'all, if you feel any kind of way, I do not negotiate with terrorism on my channel. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? So y'all do what you do. If y'all want to give a warning, y'all can go ahead. If you want to shoot a person in the head from a sniper position of 400 yards and keep it pushing, go right ahead. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I trust my mom.
Like if you really look at it, So this is really a result, towards the end of George Bush presidency. You're seeing, all of these rapid changes. I mean, you saw him expedite, have a expedited path to citizenship through military service for immigrants. You've seen Black military participation at a rate that you haven't seen since, really. Like 30% of the military back in between 1996 or really 1994, which was your end of Desert Storm, all the way until even the early 2000s. It's like 2002, so you start really seeing more and more immigrants, right? You start being deployed with people from like Kenya or Jamaica or even China, Hong Kong. So these are things that like contributed to a rapid decline of overall crime as more and more people have access to getting into the middle class.
Right.
And so what you had, especially circa 2007, as you know, the thing that happened,
Yeah.
the weird thing that kind of weird thing that happened, which was that housing bubble, right?
Yeah.
Which kind of like cut that progress from underneath, especially the more poorer communities like the Black community, where you saw that spike in crime go up just around 2007, 2008, 2009, and then it starts dropping again.
Mm-hmm. Now, the funny thing is, right? Because I want to dive into the psyche, right? Because I want y'all to understand when this man said crack, right? He didn't say he was doing coke. He didn't say heroin. He said crack. He said crack, right? Now let's look at this real quick, right? Right. Hunter talks of the trauma and addiction. Why I feel the way I do. Biden has been through more than most would dare to imagine. He and Buell were in the 1972 car accident that killed his baby sister and mother. It's a moment that defined not only Joe, but his sons too. Biden doesn't think he ever fully came to terms with the violence of it. I don't see the tragic moment as a necessary result in behaviors that lent themselves to addiction, he writes, but I do have a better understanding of why I feel the way I do sometimes. He took his first drink, a glass of champagne, the night his father was reelected to the Senate in 1978, when he was 8 years old. He drank more when he was 14, even though he knew he shouldn't be doing it. And when he went to mass with a hangover and threw up outside during the service, his drinking followed him into adulthood. He attended Georgetown University and later Yale Law School. After his third daughter, Macy, was born in 2000, to then wife Kathleen, he started to drink more heavily after work at his law firm. He ultimately went into rehab in Antigua and remained sober for a time. I would have not survived. In November 2010, Biden relapsed and had 3 Bloody Marys on a plane when his father joined Obama's campaign ticket in 2008. He had an upending his career because of his lobbying work. So basically, what you're listening to is the patriarchy grinding him in the dust. You notice this every time his dad got reelected, right? Or he kept government work, or he stayed in the government's eye, right? Why did his mom and his sister die? Because his dad was on the road working to campaign. He was dropped.
And this is kind of what your average everyday people, or rather your laymen, don't realize. There is a type of a prison system all to its own to public office, right? And if you, and that's why you see a lot of like senators, congressmen, hell, presidents' kids, judges' kids, high officials' kids, like acting out the most because they don't actually have a private life. Like their life is all out in the open.
Now I'm gonna tell you this right now. We're gonna get to this one. I was smoking crack every 15 minutes because I know that's what y'all want to know. I know that's what y'all really want to know. What we got up here? Oh, Shar. Hey, Shar.
Greetings.
Greetings.
How are you?
We're doing great, Lady Shar. How are you?
That right there is baffling. Like Hunter Biden, talk about you smoking crack every 15 minutes. Like, dude, your dad's the president. You need to just go ahead and shoot your dealer.
Well, let me read. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I was
shoot him in the face, and you'll get off with a presidential pardon. Okay.
look, but this will happen, right? So I was smoking crack every 15 minutes. In spring of 2018, he used his superpower of finding crack anytime, anywhere in Los Angeles. At one point, a dealer pointed a gun at his head before he realized Biden was looking for drugs. He later learned how to cook drugs and spent a lot of time with thieves, addicts, and con artists. I never slept. There was no clock. Day bled into night. Night bled into day. The situation grew out of control. I was smoking crack every 15 minutes because you was making it yourself. You was making it yourself. That's why. Listen, look at this. Look at this. The dealer put a gun to his head. So that basically tells you this is 2018. He went to the hood to the black folk to get crack. This guy showing up trying to buy crack. You look like a fed.
But it's funny how they humanize Hunter Biden, right? Notice they say he used his quote unquote superpower. So I'm glad that you recognize that those black crackheads that cops were beating up. Those people provided a public service to the black community, one that is irreplaceable, mind you. Because I'll tell you this, you can't find a good black crackhead these days, okay? One that will provide you with random household items, TVs, baby clothes, diapers, window washings, brake changes, right? Fix your car better than new.
But Neek kills me right here. But Shar, you got anything to weigh into this?
I'll just say one thing. He's not telling the truth, and I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to go back before you guys got too far ahead and had some questions about the prostitution being legal.
Actually, I would agree to an extent with Char that he's not technically telling the truth. And the reason I say is like, if you notice in the hood, like our crackheads back in the day, like you had to go find them and you had to kind of like catch them when you caught them. Like to find a crackhead was like rarer than finding literally an American Indian these days. Yeah, it's like rarer than a white buffalo. Like you had to go and find the motherfucker. Okay. Like, and when you caught him, like you had to make sure you could get as much out of him while you got him there, okay? Because you don't know when you're gonna see the motherfucker again. Do the rear shocks while you're at it, my nigga.
But you was going back to the prostitution.
The old school crackheads bring you a whole set of tires. Like, how you get these? I was like, man, I carried them out under my shirt. Because they that skinny, right? They just carry a whole 4 set of tires right up under their shirt, because they get so skinny and limber. Yeah.
but you did notice something, and he did say superpower, because crack give you strength, right? It's like crackheads are strong. So, but Char you was saying about the prostitution. You said you had some questions.
Yes, I would like to know, with this being on the table, will it be discounted? Would the deed be discounted? Is there a nice rate per hour, per session? Has that been talked about or discussed? Or
I don't really know. I think that I do think that it's a good thing. And the reason why is because if you're in Baltimore or the DMV area, go ahead and bust it wide open so a nigga can buy some pussy in peace. Okay. And you probably go back to the old rates, where,
Okay.
the old rates where you could get it on credit.
Okay. I was just wondering because I have a reason why I'm asking these questions. I want to get some solutions going on as well as getting a piece of action. So,
I mean, if they lucky, Char, they may be able to get off, just doing a straight up, old school barter trade. It's like, look, I'll trade just, some of that pussy for a gyro meal. It might be able to get off with that. Yeah, I'll take you down here and get some of this Italian beef for some of that ass. Okay.
What it is, Char, is one, right? Baltimore is 25 minutes away from DC, right? And Baltimore is I think 45 minutes away from Philadelphia. A 2-hour drive to New York and Jersey, right? So you got 2 casinos. You got one that's just outside of Baltimore, and you got one smack in the middle of Baltimore, in between the Ravens Stadium and the Orioles Stadium, a baseball stadium and a football stadium, right? You have a lot of people that they want to bring into the infrastructure, right? So what Baltimore is doing is they're doing what New Jersey used to do, Atlantic City. Atlantic City, it used to be Vegas East, basically. They had casinos. I remember hearing people say, yo, we going to Atlantic City to gamble, right? Like Delaware started doing their gambling and stuff, right? Before Baltimore did. So if you decriminalize drug possession and prostitution, who does that? Look at Vegas. They making money hand over foot, right? That's why they really doing it. Because you can't have them rich people coming in there. Because if you got a casino and you got people that's downtrodden and need to make money and they're the locals, right? You come in there, you want a piece of that action, right? So you want to get what? You got all that money that goes into the economy, right? So that's what it basically is. Sex, drugs, just missing the rock and roll part. Like, that's basically what it is.
Oh no, you still got the rock and roll part. I mean, if you really look at it, the music industry has always kind of been the the pioneers of new social change, right? If you really look at it, you could go all the way back to Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. They were kind of the pioneers of that androgynous look.
Yeah. They had all of that extra going on. And
George Clinton, and then those guys, George Clinton in the Parliament, they're really kind of the pioneers of that, that neo film, neo film look.
Okay, so this will save on travel, as far as getting needs met. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. Well, if you think about it, you don't gotta save up for a plane ticket to go to the DR. You can just walk down the street and there goes Shaquita right there. You know what I mean? You don't even gotta buy a stove nor a bunk bed.
Oh wow. Okay, so economical transactions. Okay. Now where would these deeds take place? You think it'll be in the guy's home, the woman's home, hotel, motel, Holiday Inn?
They got hotels all around there. They got hotels.
I'll tell you this. Just to keep it a bug. If you're a female and you're doing that, just get the hotel. You don't want to be bringing a dude, back to your crib before you to do that shit. And if you're a dude, you definitely don't want to be bringing the chick back to your shit. Yeah. Yeah, like Nick said, vans, bring vans. Bring van life to Baltimore, right?
You said bangbuzz.com?
Okay, because I would invest. I mean, I just would like to know where this can be done so I can put a plan together because I don't have a pension. So I can get some vans, I'll invest and have all the toiletries, everything that's necessary. I just need to know how much, I need to invest so I can make a profit and everybody's happy.
I'll tell you what, start investing in companies that make Winnebagos.
Well, they got that van life thing now. Y'all see that? How they converting vans into like full-on homes and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, man. I'm gonna try to see if I can get some stocks or some shares of those people that make sprinters. Like Ford, Mercedes.
yeah.
But I would go with Ford sprinters because now the Mercedes are actually made by Fiat Chrysler. Those sprinter vans that are Mercedes Benzes, they're not really Mercedes Benzes, they're Fiat Chryslers. Okay, you don't want that's Daimler, right? You want to go with the Ford. Ford's gonna be stronger. American made. Yeah, good old American engineering. Right. Bring back the Chevy Astro, good old American classic. Winterized all year round van. If you get the all wheel drive, it's even better. Yeah.
Okay. And my last question is security.
Because it's got the reinforced rear shocks because of the 4-wheel drive. Okay.
Well, I'll get that one then. So the last thing is security because I have to figure out how I'm going to get some security. Any suggestions?
Pookie and Ray Ray. Pookie and Ray Ray on the corner.
Don't you understand? Like this is like a part of expanding the gig economy. And so even like the guy that sleeps from couch to couch. I mean, even that guy is going to have a chance to thrive with this new decriminalization. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can put some guys to work. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'll get my plan together and work on this. Yeah.
Oh, all right. You know what I'm saying?
Pigeon.
Prostitute pigeon. Hold on, wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. We got to do it for the people.
Turner.
Yes.
Turner. Actually, there's a funny joke. There's actually a funny joke behind that. Like, I guess it's so funny that a certain someone still uses it, but
Hey, but Char, if you're gonna get to work, you gotta get that pip hand strong though. You gotta work with
yeah.
But the clip that I was using was the one when Robert Baratheon like backhands the fuck out of Cersei.
Yeah, look, I saw that one, but it was too long, right? Because I wanted to be quick, like, because he was a haymaker, like he he smacked her into oblivion, and then
like look, I'm gonna tell you this, but we got smacked that hard, there would be a reason the bitch want to kill you too.
he smacked her soul out of her body, like. But see, plus I can't do that because then it would be like I'm enabling the beating of women. So it's cool to have a look, you got like a prepubescent white boy getting smacked by a dwarf, right? I didn't make this. They made this. It's two men, right? Like it's two men having a conversation, and he said something about
back in the old days. That's kind of how men checked each other, right? Backhand them, punch them in the face because especially you can whoop your ass. just punch them in the face because you're gonna get this shit together, or you're gonna get punched in the face again. Next time I see you, ain't got it right? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the panel. And T, what's going on, man? Appreciate the love and support, man. Bringing the people over and stuff like that. What's going on?
Nah, bro. Hey, it's all good, bro. Just showing some love, showing support. Peace to the panel. Peace, DeAndre, Cerulean, Char. How you doing?
All right.
Peace, brother.
Yeah.
Peace.
You know what I'm saying?
I just came in. I just saw what was on the screen. Smoking crack every 15 minutes, huh?
Yeah, bro. Like, but this is the president's son.
Yeah.
The former vice president, he's been in what? He was in the Senate for like damn near 40 years, and his son is out there toking up on the pipe.
Yeah.
Since 78.
Well, I mean, you look at it, Biden's been in the Senate since the late 70s.
Yeah, 78. I'm like, because what Hunter said, he was 8 years old. He said when his dad basically made it in the Senate, he was drinking at 8. He was throwing up outside in the bushes at Mass at 14. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he up there in the law school, like doing all kinds of drugs. And, come on,
look,
bro.
I'll tell you this, just to keep it all the way a buck. I mean, because I always said that black people are entirely too moral, which is kind of been one of our weaknesses, right? We're too moral about the wrong shit, right? We're too moral about things like religion, forgiving motherfuckers, and then when we look at our people suffering from real medical illness, it's easy to kind of like dehumanize them. You call them all kinds of names. He's a fucking junkie. You deserve what you got. And that actually also helps the system in place continue this streak. Like I've been looking at as you know, the Chauvin trial is going on. It's day 4 today. Like literally still trying to is like you can't even tell if this is a trial for Derek Chauvin or if it's a trial for George Floyd, who's now dead. You can't really tell whose trial it is. While you have Chauvin's lawyer, who is basically a lawyer who literally works for the police union. He does all the police union's cases out here. He's got this massive multi-million-dollar legal team, right? Provided by the union, which means provided by state and federal money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is why we need to get rid of police unions. Should not be any unions whatsoever for public officials, which police are, right? They're public servants. And they're still trying to convict the dead guy in the guilty guy's trial, mind you. Yeah.
Now, while we talking about Joe Biden, right? Aunt T, if you got any more to say about this, right? We talk about Hunter Biden, right? Because I'm an equal opportunity asshole. Right? I'm equal opportunity. I'm fair, right? Because I know those so-called black conservatives over there. We told you, right? I got something for your boy, right? So we got Mark Gantz, y'all. Mark Gantz. Now, the people don't know who Mark Gantz is. Let me bring him up.
Marcus Gates. Or Gates
or Gantz, or however way you say his name.
That dude there, right?
Marcus Aurelius Trifus. So let's look at the man. Let's question. I'm gonna put him up on screen.
Like literally, you're talking about there should be constitution for me, but not for thee. And he's a perfect example of that. This is smug prick literally spoke at the RNC during Trump's last campaign, right? Failed and defunct campaign, right? And tried to rile up the fear in the so-called white conservative, which are really talking about the rural evangelical base, right? Which is the majority of America, because the majority of Americans still live in the South. Yeah. If you really look at demographics of America, it's not just Black Americans that majority live in the South. It's also just majority of white Americans in the South. Okay. Especially when you're seeing these massive migrations from major cities, from like LA. Even though you're having a mass migration out of Las Vegas, Seattle, right? They're either going to Utah, or they're going somewhere in Texas or Arizona, Colorado, right? New Mexico, right? You're seeing is mass migrations. Why are you seeing these things? Because it's too expensive to live. So you're seeing the southern cities gaining more power. Now, is it any wonder that you're seeing the rural red states that were basically Republican ran, which is the old Confederacy, now turning back to its quote unquote blue democratic roots? Especially if you look at what happened in Texas, if you look at about 3 3 years ago when Florida, per se, which Gates is from, mind you, have that big kind of hiccup about power going down because just like Texas, Florida did not weatherize its systems to reinforce them against high winds, flood proof them and all of those things, and so he's just as much of a failure as your Texas guy, right?
So his dad is a high-powered judge who's been getting him out of shit for years. I'm glad that he said that. Now, I'm going to play, if y'all don't mind. Ant, you got anything you want to add to or do you know what I'm saying, to this before I play this audio? Before I play this video, right?
No, I want to hear it. I'm going to have a lot to say once.
I hear. His dad not just a high-powered judge. His dad is a high-powered federal judge. Yeah. Which means whenever something becomes precedent at the state level, his dad is one of the people that sit on the fucking board to determine whether or not there is substantial enough evidence for this to go to the federal floor, or rather the general house, right? Have a house caucus on it before it actually becomes an actual law, right?
So what I'm gonna do right here, right, is I'm going to hold on, let me do this. I'm going to play what Cerulean was talking about when he was at the RNC thing, at the RNC convention. We're going to play that first to give you pretext, for everybody that's not involved in politics or don't understand what's going on.
I'm Congressman Matt Gaetz. I'm speaking to you from an auditorium.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to just stop it. Don't he look like a Ken doll? Like someone just made this dude in a factory?
Yes.
Yeah, man, I think he's probably, one of those CRISPR kids. One of those prototype CRISPR kids. Look, I'm going to select your genes. I want you to kind of look like a Ken doll mixed with a younger, Donald Trump.
Hold on, this is like
none of this is ever left up to chance.
Even got
everything about him is going to be made in a laboratory or something like that. His teeth, his hair, his skin texture, everything. They're going to make sure you're not going to be able to pick out any flaw.
He looks more like a Kyle than a Matt, right? Like
he does.
Look like a Kyle XY. Yeah.
I remember that show, man. I was mad they stopped it. It was actually pretty good. But don't he look like whenever they talk about the devil, don't he looks like the Antichrist himself, like that smug, like he looks too perfect in the face. Like he looks like a sculpture in the face, right?
Yeah, if you look at the younger pictures of the former vice president, it kind of looks like the younger version of that guy.
Literally, was it Dark Man Jeff? After you defeat all the preppy white guys, you have to defeat that guy.
Right. A video game. So like if the Revenge of the Nerds was a video game, right? He'd be like the M. Bison of that game.
Yeah. You know what he looks like? He looks like he's just missing blonde hair, and he could be part of the perfect white third right guy. Like the guy that they were talking about. Like this is what he looks like. Like if that was ever in your mind,
like this was the image of the Ubermensch that Hitler was talking about. Yeah,
yeah. I'm like, I don't know. Is this me, Ant? Like, don't he look?
Yeah. I agree, bro. Whoever which one? I don't know which one of y'all just said like Revenge of the Nerds. That's the jock that ended up getting ridiculously rich. That's the one that didn't become a security guard. None of that. He was the one. He's the former backup high school quarterback that became all rich. That the nerds got to beat up at the end.
Yeah,
like you gotta fight him.
Yeah, I mean, literally,
he knows what it's like to be a nerd, but he knows what it's like to almost be a jock too.
Like he looks like every what was old dude? He was like fat in high school, and then he went back to high school, but he Like it was some stupid movie, Zachary or whatever his name was.
Yeah,
it was some shit movie.
Yeah, Elder, he's the discount Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Listen, do you know what he looks like?
I know. He looks like what was the movie with the fraternity, the neighbors movie? That dude, if he just got all big, you know what I'm saying? He got like once he grows up.
Yeah, yeah, man. Like you look at him, it kind of looks like the next words out of his mouth is gonna be like, "My friend, where are your papers?" You know.
Like when they think of
this is the 45-year-old Van Wilder.
You need to earn your rice box today.
You know what he looks like? You know what he looks like if American Dad was a real person. That's what he looks like. Like if American Dad was a real person.
This guy looks like.
Hey, he right, chin and all. Chin and all.
Straight German born, like you can tell. Hey, it was like I'll tell you, man. The next words out of his mouth was like, if you worked for your rice box today, like show me your papers.
now,
the country, down to the place where we can all get away with the police states and be shown the papers.
Like, look at this dude, man. Like, look. Now, I'm gonna say this.
Look at him. I'm still trying to find the dude's lips. Where are they?
Let's see. Said that. Like he's fixing his lips.
Oh shit!
They had to edit out the lips because the lips were used on the black jeans.
Y'all smash that like button for DeAndre,
man. Look, hold on. Let me play this so y'all can hear this. So what he's saying, because what Cerulean was saying.
14 rack marks. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Now, you notice how he's wearing this suit and he can actually breathe. Shout out to the CIAs and FBI's. You know what I mean? That sweet masculinity.
Yeah, more like Buzz last year. Okay,
Buzz
Biden. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To infinity. He looked like Woody. He looked like Woody, man, without the cowboy hat on. Like he looked like Woody.
It's a fractional reserve lending and beyond. Okay.
Let me play this.
Consolidated debt and beyond.
Let me play this so everybody can hear this because this is what Cerulean was talking about.
Emptier than Joe Biden's daily schedule, but we are a nation of full hearts and clear minds. We see the choice clearly: strength or weakness, energy or confusion, success or failure. President Trump is the first president since Reagan not to start a new war. Biden has foolishly cheerled decades of war without winning, without end. President Trump knows we are strongest when we fight hardest, not in distant deserts, but for our fellow Americans.
Right there.
We must fight to save America now.
Right there.
Yeah.
Why do you have, because he's insinuating that nobody since Reagan has started any new wars. Like Desert Storm was started under Bush.
No, he was saying he's the first president since Reagan that didn't start any wars. That's what he said.
Well, Desert Storm was started by a Republican president, George Bush Sr. Yeah. Okay. If you look at the global war on terror, that was started by Bush Jr., another Republican president. Yeah. No, so
at the end of the day, it's really not even much of a feat, especially after all of these world leaders have been overthrown and you've disarmed everybody of weapons to fight back. So there's really no starting of wars. It's just going and taking what you want now. If you're the U.S., just take what the fuck you want.
I mean, but if you wanted to be technical, there hasn't been an article of war or a declaration of war since the end of World War II. Okay. Even the Korean War wasn't actually started by a declaration of war. That was a war that America just entered. Okay. So he's incorrect on that. That's because he's basically made in the lab. So, he was just born like yesterday, so.
Oh, Manchurian report looking at. Oh man, somebody said.
I'm with her though. It does look like he's wearing a mask though, because it's tough to get a mask with lips on it. That's tough.
You know what I'm saying? Like, So I'm like, because we like,
have you seen that one white guy that was going around robbing banks with the black mask on?
oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Motherfucker was talking through the mask and everything, lips were moving.
now
I'm Mission Impossible mask.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna continue to play this because if we gonna get on any party, right? There's a method to this madness. I'm equally heavy-handed when it comes.
I'm
to
with you.
The petty, you know.
I'm with you on that.
You know what I mean? So I'm gonna play this, but we gonna get to some real shit with this dude. Like, you know,
or we may lose her forever. Joe Biden might not even notice. Settle for Biden. That's the hashtag promoted by AOC and the socialists. The Woketopians will settle for Biden because they will make him an extra in a movie written, produced, and directed by others. It's a horror film, really. They'll disarm you, empty the prisons, lock you in your home, and invite MS-13 to live next door. And the police aren't coming when you call in Democrat.
Lock you in your homes. I mean, it was Trump that ordered the stay-at-home order. What is he talking about? Like, during this time when the RNC convention is actually going on for that campaign, Trump had issued the stay-at-home order.
Hey man, look, man. Hey, look.
Trump just shut down the economy. What is he talking about?
Listen, hey, Ant, you got anything you want to say? Because this is how we roast, man.
No, I mean, look, I guess they just invited MS-13 to live right next door to you.
And if you look at it, they're talking about MS-13. Like, literally, it was Trump that caused the resolution to where that handy-handed tactic of employing, INS, literally that at the federal level, right? Because remember, you had cities that were acting as sanctuary cities, not just like all out prosecuting illegals, right? That were giving illegal sanctuary. Basically say, that was that whole fight about even illegal aliens are entitled to due process under American law. And because of Trump's heavy-handed tactics and yada, 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 he created this. I mean, you're looking at a president that left America completely unprepared for COVID. Like, how are you giving billions and billions and billions of government guaranteed loans and grants to big corporate pharma companies, which produce the damn mask that we would have fucking needed for COVID? That would have long been able to produce, or should have been producing, COVID vaccinations where you first fucking heard about it. You wouldn't be, now here we are literally a year and 2 months in to COVID-19. Like, I don't think you realize it's 14 months. 14 months that COVID's been going on. And this last president is somebody that left this country ill prepared, while this is the president that they say, he did so good for a booming economy. In fact, what he did was, by bailing out companies, he crippled the economy. As a matter of fact, that's why they're sitting there trying to blame the economy on Biden now. Like, when you really look at it, Biden is not in one presidency, and I'm talking about 4 years. Biden is not going to be able to recover the economy. He's not in the first 4 years. But I'll tell you this, depending on where this next set of, or how this next set of stimulus goes, is going to determine. It's going to be like that first shining moment in Biden's presidency to determine whether or not he's going to get a second shot. But I'm going to tell you this, as if he doesn't fucking die of like a heart attack or maybe some kind of like brain related injury due to overthinking. I don't know if you ever seen Biden's head. Biden's got a freaking head like a fucking kumquat. Okay. I mean, it's ridiculous. So like, it even looks fragile, right?
Now, Now I'm gonna play the rest of this, and then we gonna get to the meat and potatoes of the real tea. Because I'm like, we give a fuck about Derek Jackson, right? You know what I'm saying? Like we really give a fuck about Derek Jackson.
Not really.
But we don't. But the rest of the nigga tube does.
But it's something to talk about, yeah.
It's something to talk about. But why we ain't talking about this nigga right here?
I'm gonna tell you this: like people that are really too overly invested in Derek Jackson. Now, mind you, I've never been a fan of Derek Jackson. Yeah. Right? I've never been a fan of him. I remember when Derek Jackson was literally utterly cutting loose on black women before he was put up by his very wife, the same wife that he's cheating on, to literally be the voice for women. And it's just like, Kevin Samuels who's now trying to fill Derek Jackson's shoes. As soon as he turns that angst and that energy and that low key, undertorrent of vitriol towards black men, that's whenever they're gonna start ousting these people. And I've never got down with that. Like people that have followed me, for instance, know that I've been basically speaking this way since the beginning, even when I was a part of the Manosphere. Right. We've always had a concerted effort to try to keep that kind of like crybaby tone on the fringe, right? To say, look, this is not really, even though we know that there's a lot of negative shit that black women do, there's a lot of negative shit that black men do. Like, it's not about that. Like, because if you're going to go play the blame game, there's plenty of blame to go around on both sides.
Yeah. And
see, we're not at that point. We're not at that point right now. We need to be beyond that point. And the reason why is because you're looking at a system that is collapsing, where power is just like up for grabs everywhere. And you're looking at cases of it, right? You're looking at cases of it. Like, that's a landmark. That's a watershed moment that happened in Baltimore.
Yeah.
It was made by a black person. That was a watershed moment. That was a landmark decision that city in North Carolina had. Okay, if you remember, what was it called? Is it that city in North Carolina is paying reparations to black people?
Yeah, that was a black woman that headed up that city council.
But actually, it was actually a group. It was a black man and a black woman. Yep. Black male that was sitting on the city council, and the black woman that was the mayor.
Yep. And they and also what I mean. So and that's what I'm saying. Let me play this because he's gonna go in. And these are the same talking points these so-called black conservatives in our sector of YouTube, right, was spewing from the lips of the Woody with no hat on, right?
Well, that's true because, I mean, if you look at it, this is why I've always, told anybody that sort of follow me that I don't cover trendy topics, because if I wanted to really just like go and shout out and make some money, look, I'll just fucking straight up jump on the motherfucking coon train when fucking Trump was president. I could have gave you a million reasons why Trump was a good guy. Just to jump on the coon train and fucking got 1 million followers. Well, probably been a millionaire by now. But that shit's stupid because it's a trendy topic. As a matter of fact, Trump was and I've said this. I remember saying this on BGS one time, that Trump was the guy that the company hires to fire other people.
Asshole.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you look at it, that's why he ran in his early, in the early stages of his first campaign. He ran on what? Draining the quote unquote swamp. That implies what? Firing people. He made his bones really in kind of one of the, I would say he's one of the pioneers of like reality TV with The Apprentice show, right? Fake TV show, fake, big business guru that basically made his bones by saying what? You're fired, which was his catch line. And that's basically why he was chosen. That's why the electorate, kind of chose him, right? It's like, look, at the time, Trump was actually a necessity, because if you have these weak, like if you look at the Republican Party, even at the end of Obama's presidency, you'll look at what the Republicans had. You had a bunch of weak ass candidates. Like the strongest candidate you had was fucking Ron Paul. Ron Paul's an independent who would have ran as a Republican. And he was actually the strongest candidate, but it was somebody that was rejected by the rest of the party. Why was he rejected by the rest of the party? Oh, because he was going to run on the same thing that just happened in Baltimore.
Yeah,
so you would have saw a completely different America if Ron Paul was actually, elected. And so what happened? Like, you really look at Donald Trump, his entire background is completely fake whenever it comes to politics. It's completely fake. It had to be manufactured to make him marketable, not for the public, but for the electorate, because the public is looking at him like, he's one of us. He's not. He's never been.
Yeah, he's never been. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. So, and this is where this Chad looking guy comes into play. So I'm gonna play the rest of this so he can say
exactly. Hot Ball was HT Ball 1 said Ron Paul wasn't racist enough. Exactly. Like he didn't espouse the negativity, of the general Republican body. And so if you're not running on, sterner law and order, as opposed to decriminalization, right? Decriminalization, you would assume that decriminalization is a liberal thing. Actually, decriminalization is actually a very conservative stance. Decriminalization is a very conservative stance because if you look at what the conservatives say, and this is why most conservatives, people wonder how come you weren't a conservative? I used to be a conservative. Hell, throughout my time in the military, for the most part, I voted conservative, especially if they were military or former military. I vote even when I would cast my ballots from overseas, from Fleet Post Office. I would vote for mostly conservative guys. I voted for Bush Jr.'s second term. Okay. And why is that? Well, look, we as military guys, you remember it, Dre. It was good eating. Waste and abuse was at an all-time high. It was like great. Like if you got deployed to a hostile region, free. You're basically tax-free, and you got more money than you ever see in your life. Come back into port, and the military is well taken care of. Hey, veterans well taken care of. Like if you look at the homeless spurt of veterans, you could actually look at the homeless spurt of veterans, which the National Association of Black Veterans always tracks, especially black and what they call quote unquote colored veterans. If you look at that, because they do have non-black people that are members of the National American Association for Black Veterans, there is non-black people that are part of that organization. They actually track it to show you that whenever those policies kind of ended, were opposed, right? Opposed on the House floor by people like Nancy Pelosi, you actually start seeing homeless veteran count literally go up.
Exactly. Sir. Let me play this guy real quick.
Democrat-run cities, they're already being defunded, disbanded. Blaming our best and allowing society's worst, that's the story they write in Hollywood. That's if the lights even stay on in California anymore.
Pause real quick. Yet again, another lie. Like this guy, when you talk about a politician, you talk about a motherfucker that's trained to professionally lie through his motherfucking teeth and look at you in the thing with a straight face, right? They're literally the new used car salesman of politics. Okay, you talk about these guys that are running other people's elections and sponsoring other people's campaigns, like this fucking asshat right here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's fucking professionally lying through his fucking teeth. Like Democrat ran cities. Like there's no such thing as a Democrat ran cities because the city itself is a part of the state. And if you look at the Democrat ran cities and Republican states, what you typically find, because Republican ran states that have Democratic cities are usually the cities that get the least amount of the federal funding. Why? Because they have a tendency to put it in the rural areas where Republicans rule. That's why you can see the difference between a Chicago and a fucking Springfield, which has a Republican mayor. As a matter of fact, you've seen that during Obama's campaign where he talked about Chicago, 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 Chicago. Well, Springfield's had a Republican mayor this whole fucking time. And why is this fucking scantily fucking populated town get more money than fucking Chicago, who pays the majority of the entire state of Illinois' fucking taxes? Okay. And see, but it also is a double-edged sword, because I always find it funny how, you got these so-called Republicans talking about how Joe Biden stole some fucking election. If you look at these populations where there's the highest density of black people, literally, you have, take for instance, Los Angeles, right? Los Angeles, the state of California has 54 electorates. You need 270 or 272 to win the electoral vote, right?
270. I think it's the race to 270.
Yeah, the race to 270. Well, where does the race to 270 actually usually begin? In one of three places. If it doesn't begin in California, it's going to begin in the state of New York. Why? Because New York has 38 or 36 electorates. And if you win in the state of New York, which is why the more politically astute people like to run first, making New York their first stomping ground, is because you win the state of New York, because it is technically a part of New England, and because it is technically what they would call the Commonwealth. If you win New York, you're going to win New England.
Right.
And that's why the two biggest states that you got to win for a presidential election are the state of New York and the state of Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have just those two alone, literally have more electorates than, take for instance, your California. So it equates out if, say, a Republican wins the state of California, your Democrat's going to have to win New York and Philadelphia, and they've got all of New England because it's Commonwealth, and Commonwealth usually votes the way the main bodies of the Commonwealth actually vote. And who are the centers of those Commonwealth states, or what you call New England? Well, New York and Philly.
New York and Philly. Yeah.
Well, New York City and Philly, which are the two highly densest populated cities on the East Coast.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
A state that cannot keep power running for its own people.
Oh, a state that can't keep power running. Well, did he tell that to? Oh, that's right. That was before Ted Cruz. While you talk about a state that can't keep power running, this is another asshat that was behind the deregulation of energy bills.
Yeah.
And that's why his state was also, he's sitting here running on this idea that democratically ran cities can't keep power running for their own people, while in his state of Florida, because of deregulation that's being pushed by the Republican Party. Mm-hmm. Less regulation. Whenever Florida got hit with that hurricane, how did they try to get the focus off of the fact that people are left without emergency services? How did they get the focus off the fact that people were left virtually destitute in the state of Florida? Well, they pushed it by telling you that black people were out there looting.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me see.
Isn't it ironic that you even have Ted Cruz in the state of Texas? Now, all of the things that he's been allowed to do, he should literally be kissing. He should be kissing America's ass. He wants to fucking cut and run to fucking Cancun while his state is on fire, losing power, can't keep it up. Now, these are part of his party. Now, why is it that both of these candidates or both of these people can't keep power running in their own fucking city, own cities in their states, while they're trying to say that Democratic ran cities don't do that? Oh, you know why they're doing that? Because they're really trying, or he's really trying to allude to Baltimore. Remember when Baltimore had to close down the schools because the schools didn't have energy? Mm-hmm. Well, the school didn't have energy not because of they were democratically ran, but because the state of Maryland is a Republican-controlled state. And that's why Baltimore schools, you look at the rest of the districts outside of Baltimore, you see children, federal spending for education is literally $2-3 higher than what it is for, your inner city, which is Baltimore. And then what does that leave? That leaves inner city students that go to Baltimore schools, Baltimore systems. Without the money that they need, that was supposed to be federal fucking money to pay for their energy bills, because why? Because the governor of Maryland wants to divert that money into the wealthier white areas, so they can have a good football team at their fucking bullshit, mostly white boy football that are trash, right? But we already know who the kings of Baltimore are whenever it comes to sports.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Should not send its junior senator to be vice president. They used to write only in fiction, but nightmares are becoming real. Cops killed, children shot. At the Democrat convention, they say, if you vote against Trump, it will all...
Whoa. Cops killed, children shot. Those same things actually happened in his own fucking state. If you remember, just about 4 years ago, there's a white boy who literally got a slap on the wrist for firing into a fucking car at a gas station where there was literally no weapons, no weapons at the gas pump. Why? Because weapons cause sparks. And the white boy opened fire on a bunch of black school students on spring.
They were playing music. Yeah, they were playing
music too loud.
Yeah, I remember that.
This is the same state where black woman prosecuted for protecting herself on her own property.
Yep.
Same.
She shot in the air. Yeah. She's still in jail, ain't she? Or did she get out?
No, she got out on a pill.
Yeah.
And while his state protected him, right? Yep. He was one of the guys that was complaining about a certain someone undoing the gerrymandering in Georgia.
They just redid it, so it is, you know what I'm saying? They just redid it.
They just did the closed session where they redrew the artificial line so that they could, collapse the vote in on the Republican Party, right? So it doesn't matter what district that they were in, as long as the electorate stays within that artificial border, which is called gerrymandering, they still get the fucking vote just by virtue of those artificial borders being there.
Exactly. The artificial borders being there. So...
Stop. Appeasement is never a winning strategy. No, we won't settle for violence in our neighborhoods or at our border. We won't settle for decades of bad decisions by basement-dwelling Joe Biden. We settle a continent. We know that the frontier, the horizon, even the stars belong to us. Donald Trump, like all builders, is a visionary.
We're so right on track about this guy literally being made in like Cobra Commander, or maybe even like
he said Cobra Commander,
or Eric Heimler's clone machine, right? My Fräulein, do you mind telling me whether your hints your frog? Because listen to what he's hearkening back to some great age. We settle a continent. Yeah, talk about we won't settle for murder. What do you think settling a continent implies? That implies murder. That you had to murder somebody to get the motherfuckers off of the shit that you're trying to fucking claim or settle.
Yeah,
like he's literally insulting you to your face.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But let him continue to dig a hole for himself, because I'm trying to get to this Tucker Carlson shit so we can really fucking go into this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
That which is built in the mind is even more powerful than the brick and mortar that holds it together. First comes the mind, then the making.
Now that is the only thing that motherfucker said at the RNC that was true. That which is built in the mind is much sturdier than that which is built out of brick and mortar. That is the only fact that he actually spewed at the RNC that was worth the fuck.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Lincoln and Jefferson are immortal precisely because of the pull they have on our imagination. You cannot cancel a culture that loves its heroes. The dangerous left need America to be weaker to accomplish their goal of replacing her. We know that to make America great again, we must first make something of ourselves. That is the meaning of true strength. My great-grandfather was a railroad man. As a Florida man, I watch our rockets routinely send the brightest beyond the heavens with our flag and our hope. America is the greatest country that has ever existed. Don't let any celebrity, athlete, or politician tell you otherwise. President Trump sometimes raises his voice and a ruckus. He knows that's what it takes to raise an army of patriots who love America and will protect her. We must win this election if we cherish our country as much as we should, for there is no place to run, no refuge for freedom should we fail. America is not just an idea or a constitution. It is our home. We must protect our home with unbreakable...
You caught the low-key subliminal right there?
What do you,
An army of patriots?
Yep. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
that was a low-key Freudian slip subliminal right there.
He about to have a
made in America. Then you get the Proud Boys, you get the attack on the Capitol, you get stand back, stand by, shit like that. Yeah.
But this was before. Like,
I know,
right?
That's my point.
Said that. Yeah,
that's my point, though. It's a subliminal, like letting you know what's to come.
Yeah. And you know what I mean?
America's strength I see every day in President Donald Trump. Thank you.
So that right there was that, right? So now we gonna get into the get down, right? So for y'all that don't know, this man was accused of trafficking, of human trafficking, a minor, a 17-year-old, right? Now, hey, what's worse? Trafficking and having sex with a 17-year-old or smoking crack? I don't know, but we gonna find out, right?
You look at the language, right? All of these lies being spewed back to back. They're just saying it clearly, just like even someone with a basic sixth grade, social studies or history education could debunk, like 90% of the shit that he's spewing.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at the language, army of patriots.
You caught that? Because I caught it.
No, the army of patriots. Like, he just literally told you that, he was a QAnon conspiracy theorist. The only thing that he hadn't said that was a part of that part of that QAnon was the fact that there was quote unquote Jewish space lasers.
The small hat space lasers. Like,
it's like just utter ridiculousness. What he literally just told you was that he's all down for this quote unquote army of patriots, which is exactly what the seditionists on January 6th were referring to themselves as.
Yeah. You quoted Francis Scott Key. Know the verse where he refers to slaves fighting for the British. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the quote unquote national anthem, right? Yep. Francis Scott Key, the part that they cut out of the national anthem. There's no place for you to run.
Yep. Right? Yeah. So I'm gonna play this Tucker Carlson. We gonna chime in. Ant, you're free to chime in. I'm gonna just stop it, and you know what I'm saying.
You was telling me about this one earlier, bro. So I know it's gonna be funny.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all free to chime in. We go all the way in. I wanted to give y'all the pretense of who we're talking about, so so there's a receipt, so you understand what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into it. V, for you black conservatives up there.
A couple of hours ago, late this afternoon, the New York Times ran a story saying that Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz is under federal investigation for playing some role in sex trafficking and potentially having a relationship with a 17-year-old girl. There are very few details in major news outlets tonight about this story. We have no background on it all, and not even any very informed questions. Instead, we've invited Congressman Gaetz on the show to respond to these stories and give us his view of them.
I mean, look at this guy. Look at this guy's freaking jaw, man. Like this guy's like overpronounced jawline. Like this, you've never seen a jawline like that on anybody. Hey, I've never seen a jaw that wide, my dude.
Listen, look, Trump wish he had that hair.
Like even guys with the strongest beards don't have that jawline, man.
Now I'm gonna say this, right? Isn't it amazing that you notice he's at a marina, right? There's a yacht right there.
I don't think he's actually there. I think that's some kind of backdrop or something.
No, because the flag. It's he's at the marina because they got him lit because he's got like a hair. He got a hair light like right here, right? Because if you look at Tucker Carlson, right?
Well, you can pull up those guys that were, running around with the tiki torches. Talk about you won't replace us. I mean, he has the same kind of demeanor, same kind of look. I mean, even the Donald Trump comb over that you're seeing Tucker Carlson sporting, kind of a discount super value version of. Like they're connected into the same little circles, right?
Yeah.
Of alt-right and then the QAnon, which is basically the advancement of alt-right, right? The whole, Kyrgyzstan movement and all that shit.
Yeah. So I'm gonna play this, right, and this is gonna get funny. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna
trip. Much for coming on, appreciate it. So this is obviously a serious allegation. Tell us what the truth is from your perspective.
It is a horrible allegation, and it is a lie. The New York Times is running a story that I have traveled with a 17-year-old woman, and that is verifiably false. People can look at my travel records and see that that is not the case. What is
all right, man. Hold up right here. When you say things like 17-year-old woman, you're full of shit.
Well, you got to understand.
Bro, that's a 17-year-old girl. You see a 17-year-old as a woman?
Well, you got to understand. That's what they call the Freudian slip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna say this, right? Now, Elder Music put in here. He's trying to get in front of the story. He's been under investigation by Trump's DOJ. Actually, Barr put his ass under investigation. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't Biden's administration that had him under investigation. It was Barr's administration. It was the Trump administration that had him under investigation. Thank you, Elder Music, for bringing that to the attention. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad, Ant, you brought that out, right? The Freudian slip, right? Cerulean, you brought that out. Like, but remember, what is the age of consent in Florida? 16, right? That's why Jeffrey Epstein was able to get away with what he was doing for so long, because he has a private island off the coast of what?
Well, the Keys.
Yeah.
The
age of consent is what?
That's
16. There you go. You know what I'm saying?
If you look at Florida, Florida is one of those states in the South that it was one of the biggest abusers of what you call states' rights. I mean, going all the way back to Reconstruction.
Yep. Now we know in Alabama. Remember that governor or mayor down there, where the state of the age of consent is 14. Remember he got off on that when he was running for re-election. What was that guy? The old white racist dude. You know what I'm saying? It was like that's when that first came out. You know what I'm saying? So.
Family involving a former Department of Justice official. On March 16th, my father got a text message demanding a meeting wherein a person demanded $25 million in exchange for making horrible sex trafficking allegations against me go away. Our family was so troubled by that, we went to the local FBI. And the FBI and the Department of Justice were so concerned about this attempted extortion of a member of Congress that they asked my dad to wear a wire, which he did with the former Department of Justice official. Tonight, I'm
gonna stop it. Look at Tucker Carlson. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at Tucker Carlson's face.
But I mean, Tucker Carlson. I would say this about Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is a phenomenal bullshitter, right? Like, you look at the face that he's making. This is the face where he's like, you know what? I know you're bullshit, but I'm gonna let you slide.
Yeah. I mean, what you can tell what Tucker Carlson's trying to do is he's just finishing out his Fox contract so he can just have a total platform of his own. Because if you notice, his demeanor's changed over the years. Now he's before he would kind of just lean one way. Now he's just like, whatever. He'll just tell whoever they're full of shit, but within reason. So just like you said, like right here, it's like, okay, whatever. I'll let you slide because it's supposed to be a conservative network. You are full of shit, and I know you're full of shit.
We're both wearing red ties, and we're both wearing polyester suits. I'll let you get off on this one. Yeah,
but it gets more intriguing. But you notice how he said his father, right? You're going to hear the words his father a lot. You know what I mean? So,
what a way to
that the department.
Good.
What a way to throw your pops under the bus. Yeah, man. Even the FBI. My father was an informant for the FBI, and they even wore a wire for him. Like, yeah, what a way to throw your father under the bus. Now his connections are going to be looking at him like, you fucking wearing a fucking wire, asshole.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the FBI and the CIA.
Hey, the FBI. Show you how to use this here jelly. Yeah. We're going to put this on here right before I put the wire on you so it don't chafe. Yeah. Like, you're looking at this like this guy is literally throwing his father under the bus for his fucking political career, right? Like, his father is literally the thing that got him into the Florida congressional circles, right? And now, look, the thing that he just said is just as good of a fucking career killer as basically saying you did it, okay?
Exactly. So, hold on. We'll continue playing.
Justice and the FBI release the audio recordings that were made under their supervision and at their direction, which will prove my innocence and that will show that these allegations aren't true. They're merely intended to try to bleed my family out of money. And this former Department of Justice official tomorrow was supposed to be contacted by my father so that specific instructions could be given regarding the wiring of $4.5 million.
Well, pause that, right? Like, I understand, like, you're listening, like, to a massive conflict of interest.
Yes.
Like, if you're really like paying attention, like, my father, your father's a justice. He's supposed to remain an impartial and objective magistrate, right? As a federal judge. Like, he's not supposed to be handling your personal fucking business, man. Like understand that's what lawyers are for. Well, and then while you're saying that these people are trying to bleed his family out of money, listen to the language. Like, his family bled literally poor communities of Florida out of money, like raised property tax raised to such a fucking height to where the majority of the schools that were closed just happened to be black ones, while the white schools, which were mostly charter, which couldn't be afforded by that impoverished black communities, were getting fluffed up with federal money that was literally distributed to his state. Which Florida is another one of those states, much like McConnell's state, basically one of the biggest fucking states that get federal money while having such a low rate of taxes, and then have the fucking nerve, the audacity, unmitigated fucking gall to go on a national RNC committee and then they talk about socialism. Well, his state is a fucking literally. You can look at his state as a poster child for socialism, for socialism for whites. Specifically, anything that's white. Hey, look, we need you here. Look, if you're a white Cuban, if you're a white Caribbean guy, look, we'll just go over here. We're gonna give you all kind of fucking goodies. We'll let you start businesses. We'll let you start this, that, and the third. We'll let you own fucking properties that we just fucking literally priced the Negro that we bled out of this community, literally drawing blood from a fucking stone. His fucking family is one of the reasons why the black community in Florida has never fucking recovered.
Yeah.
Like going all the way back. Like understand when he's talking about his father and he's in Florida and his father is a federal fucking judge that's been there for damn near fucking 50 years. You're talking about one of the fucking orchestrators of the Southern strategy now.
Yep.
And you talk about a massive conflict of interest. You are under a federal fucking investigation. You cannot have a federal judge who's supposed to remain impartial and objective. That really compromises him. Now, his father, the right thing for his father to do is to literally recuse himself, step down from the bench as far as overseeing whatever fucking bullshit that his fucking son has gotten into. You know, let his son hold his own nuts. That's fucking really kind of the law of fathership.
But, but he's the only one that looks like Destro and shit. So,
as a down payment on this bribe, I don't think it's a coincidence that tonight.
Hold on, now check this out. He said $4 million, right? Like, think about it.
Regarding the wiring of $4.5 million.
Then I want y'all to remember what he just said, right? He said they tried to blackmail him for $4.5 million. I'm gonna continue, let it play.
As a down payment on this bribe. I don't think it's a coincidence that tonight, somehow, the New York Times is leaking this information, smearing me, and ruining the investigation that would likely result in one of the former colleagues of the current DOJ being brought to justice.
Pause it. Well, see, what he's not understanding is that if you really look at who's cleaning up the swamp right now, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, the DOJ, which is literally trying to recover, it's kind of a bleeding asshole from that debacle in Ferguson back in 2014, right? Yeah. There's this over abusive use of INS that was happening under a Trump presidency. This gerrymandering where you're talking about Florida. Florida's always one of the first fucking states to call for fucking recounts.
Yeah.
Not understanding that, look, if you have the city of Miami, which has fucking 16 of Florida's 18 electorates, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And you're telling me that Biden somehow stole the election? No, he didn't steal the fucking election. All he had to do was impress the electorate. And apparently he impressed the majority of Florida's electorate.
Yeah.
They say, I don't think people really understand why they're running around with QAnon conspiracy theories about somebody stealing a presidency. You had no fucking problem when it was fucking George Bush Sr. You had no problem with it when it was George Bush Jr. Had no fucking problem with it when it was gonna be fucking Hillary fucking Clinton, Yeah. Oh, yeah, the popular vote, but Trump won. Like to be real, I actually had a suspicion that Barack Obama was gonna be the second fucking president to ever fucking get a third fucking term.
Yeah,
because that's how poorly the incumbents. That's how shit the incumbents from both the Democrat and Republican parties were.
Exactly.
Florida's always the first one to start that recount bullshit. And then next thing you know, because of their Republican buddies in Georgia, they're the ones that's fucking opposing Stacey Abrams down in Georgia.
Yeah.
Because that's the same fucking Southern Confederate circle.
Mm-hmm.
Neo fucking Confederates. And you're sitting there telling you his father. What's the importance of his father? His father's a fucking federal fucking judge.
Yeah.
You can look him up. USDA's office. Yep. Or USADA.
Yeah, exactly. So now it gets more interesting. Ant, you got something to add in here, bro?
Oh, we're good.
Okay.
For trying to extort me and my family.
So a couple of obvious questions that come to mind, and again, just to restate, this just happened. Don't have any other information beyond what we've already said and you have said. First of all, who is this Department of Justice former employee who's trying to extort the money from you? You say
his name is David McGee. He was a top official in the leadership in the Northern District of Florida as a prosecutor. He currently works at the Beggs and Lane law firm. As a matter of fact, one of the recordings that was made at the FBI and Department of Justice request occurred at that law firm, and the money that was supposed to be paid today that would have shown even more
Now you notice Tucker Carlson opened his mouth, right? Right?
Yeah.
Like if you notice his facial expressions, right?
I mean, you look at this guy, and he's telling you his dad. Like, and then Tucker Carlson just had a major gaffe, right? You know who this person is, and then another major gaffe follows behind. And the reason why is because there's a part of our fucking brains that has difficulty, telling a lie. These are all fucking Freudian slips that are happening on national TV, mind you.
Yeah, and Tucker Carlson's like, do you know who you're referring to? Because the guy that he's talking to was one of the top guys, but it was 20 years ago. The dude ain't been working. Like, Tucker Carlson's not completely an idiot. You know what I mean? He's been doing this for a long time, so he needs to know who these people are because it's in these political circles. But look at Tucker Carlson, because before his mouth was closed, right? I want y'all to understand the body language of the dominant society when someone fucks up, right? Because they ain't like us. You know what I mean? We're very confrontational, right? We can't not show our disgust in our facial expressions. Look at how he's looking. Did you just say that? Like, he's trying to give him cues to tell him to shut the hell up, right?
Yeah, even the scarf on his face. You look at the scarf on his face like you're saying too much.
Yes. Like you know what I'm saying? But he's just up there like, so let us continue. You got anything to throw in here, Ant?
Nah, dog, I'm waiting to hear what Tucker says.
Oh, it's about to get real. Watch.
His work in this extortion scheme that was foiled by the New York Times story, and I believe that's why this horrible information and these terrible allegations have been used this evening.
So you're, and I'll get to the investigation in a sec, but you're saying that David McGee was motivated by greed. He was trying to extort money from your family. That's his motivation, you're saying?
I know that there was a demand for money in exchange for a commitment that he could make this investigation go away along with his co-conspirators. They even claim to have specific connections inside the Biden White House. Now, I don't know if that's true. They were promising that Joe Biden would pardon me. Obviously, I don't need a pardon. I'm not seeking a pardon. I've not done anything improper or wrong. But what I am troubled by is the real motivation for all of this. Just tonight, Ted Lieu, a Democrat, is calling on me to be removed from the House Judiciary Committee. And I believe we are in an era of our politics now, Tucker, where people are smeared to try to take them out of the conversation. I'm not the only person on screen right now who's been falsely accused of a terrible sex act. You were accused of something that you did not do, so you know what this feels like. You know the pain it can bring.
Yeah, that's a real deal deflection right there.
This is golden, yo. I don't even think he realizes, like, he just incriminated himself.
Listen, no, check this out. Look at Tucker Carlson's face.
Man, this is gold. Like, understand, like, if you're a fucking prosecutor, this is the kind of fucking Freudian moment that prosecutors dream of, okay? That Freudian something where you just like subtly, literally, unrequited, kind of like just incriminate yourself because you don't want to shut the fuck up because you think your daddy is Superman. Okay.
Hold on. Let me give it to him.
Turner.
Let me give it to him one more time.
Turner.
And you know how it just puts people on defense when you're accused of something so salacious and awful, but it did not happen. It is not true. And the fact that it is the basis of.
Now, I got to give Tucker Carlson credit. He kept his composure on that one. He kept his composure. Because you
look at Tucker's face, that scowl just got even more intense. Like, I don't want you bringing that shit up on national TV, okay?
Listen. If Cerulean and T, when the white boys get behind closed doors and they would have walked back in there, Tucker Carlson would have knocked his ass out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson looked like he want to reach through the fucking screen with that right arm. He's got cocked up like, I reach through this fucking screen and choke you, you little fucking smug prick.
It was like, I challenge you to a duel. He would have smacked 2 pistols or swords. Oh man, listen, man. This is snitching. This is snitching. This is snitching, man. I love it. You say, hey, music, wait, there's more.
This attempt to extort my family tells a lot. And if the FBI and Department of Justice will release the tapes that they are in possession of, the American people will see what is really going on.
You just referred to a mentally ill viewer who accused me of a sex crime 20 years ago. And it was not true. I'd never met the person. But I do agree with you that being accused falsely is one of the worst things that can happen. And you do see it a lot. Let's go back to the investigation. You say that it...
Talk about Tucker Carlson being accused falsely while he goes on and allow black victims to be accused falsely while he repeats this shit on national TV. You know, kind of like the way he fucking came out against fucking Breonna Taylor and this mysterious fucking guy who was already in custody that they claimed to have these tapes on. But you remember the ones that the cops went fucking basically judge fishing for because no fucking judge worth their salt would sign off on a fucking no-knock warrant to search some random woman's house who's unrelated to a fucking case that they're fucking investigating?
No, not a random woman's house. Remember, Cerulean, we got to make it apparent. She was a paramedic. She was a fellow colleague. Let's get that right now.
Well, that's the thing. She's a random woman until they find that out after the fact. But
So-
her name is Breonna Taylor. As we know, the esteemed young lady, frontline fucking worker, hero of the COVID era.
Yes. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy, but here we go.
was that it was or is underway. There was an investigation. What is the basis of that investigation? What is the allegation? That's really not very clear from these news stories.
Yeah, again, I only know what I've read in the New York Times. I can say that actually you and I went to dinner about 2 years ago. Your wife was there, and I brought a friend of mine. You'll remember her. And she was actually...
Hold on, bro. You gotta let him go. Look, he's snitching. Hold on, let me bring it back. Look. Oh, that's not going to work, Tucker. I'm trying to send you a message. No. Listen,
Man.
Really, you gotta let it ride a little bit, right? Because he's actually throwing a subliminal. I know Ed already picked up on it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even dry snitching, bro. This is this is
wet
some moist snitching. Yeah, I was about to say, bro, this is pretty damn moist. And he's doing it for no reason.
No, there's a reason.
There's a reason. This is one of those conversations where basically Mark Gates is fucking telling Tucker Carlson, like, look, if you don't fucking defend me, you're gonna go down too, because you're a part of this circle.
Exactly. He doing
Basically.
earth.
Yeah.
He's going. This is a Trump motherfucker to the max, because this is what Trump does, right? This is what Trump does. He did. Look,
mine. You'll remember her, and she was actually 2 years ago. Your wife was there, and I brought a friend of mine. You'll remember her, and she was actually threatened by the FBI, told that if she wouldn't cop to the fact that somehow I was involved in some pay-for-play scheme, that she could face trouble. And so I do believe that there are people at the Department of Justice who are trying to smear me, providing for flights and hotel rooms for people that you're dating who are of legal age is not a crime. And I'm just troubled that the lack of any sort of legitimate investigation into me would then convert into this extortion attempt.
Oh my God. Look, man.
He snitched on himself. This nigga snitched on himself.
While he's extorting Tucker Carlson live on air. Like, he's literally extorting Tucker Carlson live on air. Your wife was there. Remember at this one they were trying to like Tucker Carlson is sitting there looking like, I could fucking slap the shit out of you right now. I'd have pulled a fucking pistol off my hip and fucking put it into your fucking brain cavity, okay? Hey, that's the look on Tucker's face. Like, why would you bring that up? That's why he tried to literally deflect it with, oh, you're talking about a, mentally ill person, accusing me of something, 20 years ago. Like, it doesn't matter if it was fucking 20 years ago. That's why they had the VAWA Act to begin with, right? The Violence Against Women Act, right? Which encompasses, rape. It also, encompasses like sexual harassment, sexual assault, misconduct, right? Those are all things that are protected under VAWA, right? And that was the other thing about VAWA was literally lifting those statute of limitations on violence against women.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that came out even back in the 90s as a part of the Duluth model when it was first implemented.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get the book, Lessons from Duluth. It was written by Ellen Pence, right? I think it was Melanie Shepard, right? You could get that book. It was the CCR, Community Coordinated Response to Domestic Violence, Lessons from Duluth, where they basically came out and said that, when we established the Duluth model, we didn't really know what we were doing, but they did get some good policy that protected women in the process.
Exactly.
And here he is extorting Tucker Carlson online, fucking smug, fucking asshole. Like, look, if I go down, you're also going to go down because this shit is bigger than Nino Brown. Okay.
Yeah.
This thing is bigger than both me and Nino Brown. Okay. I'm going to throw my father under the bus because my father don't fucking protect me. He's also going to go down because he was doing this shit back when, they still had Bull Connor around. Yeah. Yeah. Back in the Bull Connor days and the Lee Atwater days.
Go ahead.
No, bro, I agree with Cerulean right there. I mean, bro, it was clear as day. Like, they're all doing it. And that's pretty much what he's saying. He's like, look, this is what we do. This is what we do. And then they tried to extort money for us from me for what we do. And then they try to do the same thing to you. And Tucker's like, hold up. This is my fucking show. He's like, yo, hold up. This is my show.
Like, I didn't invite you here for this bullshit, dude.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, you're supposed to be defending yourself, not throwing me under the bus.
I will have a strike team fucking kill you. Okay, hey, there's a fucking look at his face right now. Like, why are you bringing up that shit?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of that guy. I don't know if you've ever watched American Horror Story. I think it was the one with the circus freaks. He had the rich kid, right? He had the rich kid that kills Gabrielle Sidibe like towards the end, right? Gabrielle Sidibe finds out that this guy her mom works for basically killed her mom, killed his mom, killed anybody that knew that he was basically an inbred, right? And what happened was at the end, the police come to the guy's house, right. Evan Peter, right? They're like, look, I'm white and I'm rich.
Queen of the South said that, bro. That's real right there, bro. I was gonna say that too. He looked like Otter from Animal House, bro.
Animal House.
What was his name? Eric Stratton, also known as Otter from Animal House. That's what he grew up to be.
Oh yeah, that's it. To cruise watch it. Season 3, right? I can't remember the name of it. It was one with the circus freaks. Where at the end, Gabrielle Sidibe fucking finds out that the little rich white boy was fucking like literally fucking insane. Killed her mom, killed his mom, killed fucking stabbers in the fucking house, fucking have them strung up like fucking dolls, right? Fucking call the police. A sole police officer gets there. He's like, hey, I'm white and I'm rich. I'll give you $1 million if you kill her right now and get rid of my last problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking pulls out his gun and kills Gabrielle Sidibe for this fucking piece of shit. And that's like the move that this guy just pulled. Like, they're trying to extort my family, Tucker. And you know what happens if they extort my family? Because my family, who's a federal judge, is also tied into this Fox News money that you've been getting. And that can all go away if you don't fucking, keep the fucking line.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. It's about to get real. Here come it's more.
I don't remember the woman you're speaking of or the context at all, honestly. But I would like to know who. So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl who.
You notice Tucker? No, nigga, no. There's a remember, he said a 17-year-old woman. Tucker said there's a 17-year-old girl. Keep playing with me if you want to, motherfucker. Tucker.
Who you had a relationship with. Is that true? And who are they? Who is this girl? What are they talking about, the New York Times?
The person doesn't exist. I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false. The allegation, as I read it in the New York Times, is that I've traveled with some 17-year-old in some relationship. That is false, and records will bear that out to be false.
How long has this investigation been going on? Do you know?
I don't know.
When were you first informed of it?
Hold on. See,
again,
huh?
Right. Poetic Kills. He just said it again. 17-year-old woman. Like you don't say that. You don't say that twice unless like you're convinced that a 17-year-old is a woman.
Thank you.
That's what.
Thank you.
Because he said there's no girl. Well, you were with a 17-year-old girl. No, I was no. Okay. The woman in question was 17. What, nigga? That's a girl. No, a woman. No.
This is evidence of what I've been talking about for like the better part of like 3 years now, right? The collapse of empire, white male dominated hegemony. Is literally collapsing around you, right? Like, say hello to your next vacant seat in Florida. For any of your, your black people running down in Florida, fucking grab that fucking seat up. Okay, you're looking at a power up for grabs, right? Now, some people will try to blow this off as some kind of part of Me Too movement, but I think that this is something completely different than Me Too. Like, why is this a random thing from what he is supposing 20 years ago coming out in 2021? Well, let's just look at history real quick, right? We already know that it's only about 18 to 20% of actual, rape, actual cases that involve some kind of sexual assault on women or men, for that matter. As a matter of fact, it's even lower for males. When sexual assault takes place on males, it's even lower. Something like 6 to 8% are even reported, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at for women. Women have a great tendency to try to, keep it to themselves, which is why a lot of what would be, rape, sexual assault, statutory, what have you, literally go unreported, which this goes without, right? Goes unchecked until the law changed. Now, when did the law on lifting that statutory limit? When did that change? Well, that changed late last year, November. They went into effect for the VAWA, which is why they're trying to reorganize it now. You've seen a decision here in Minnesota, right? It's not rape if the girl gets drunk on her own, right?
Yeah, but you notice, I'm gonna say something. Appreciate y'all. Can y'all get the likes up? When I was going on President Biden's crackhead son, the views were up. Right, I was up. I was about 18, 19, whatever. Right.
Oh man, look, you got black conservative followers, man. They love when you go in on the Democrats, right? Yeah. Because for some reason, for a black conservative, it means that you either have to get down with the black conservative movement, or we're not one of us, because they think that somehow pro-blackness is somehow inseparably tied to being either a Republican or a conservative leaning, and that's not even necessarily true. It basically robs robs black people of being as dynamic as we actually are. Like, we're so dynamic that we're in all fields, in all areas of human activity. We're in all parties. We're in all philosophies, schools of thought, whether it be political, whether it be social, whether it be legal or economic. We're in all of them. That's how dynamic we are. And the reason why we're that dynamic is because we're Americans. We set the fucking standard for American politics, social movements, right? Legal changes, law changes, policy changes from the state to the federal. And so with the black Republicans, right, they love it when you go in on black Democrats, and that's because they are party line pullers, right? They will motorboat the pasty alabaster ass cheeks of your local white politician who is Republican or conservative leaning, while they have a tendency to think that it's going to garner them some favor within the party by shitting on specifically black people that are either Democratic or more liberal or even moderate center leaning. Right. The problem is that it never gets them anywhere. And that's why you see someone like, Donald Trump, when he referred to the guy as my African American over there. Right. Don Lemon show, it told you that. Oh, they want to keep the party white. Right.
Yeah.
You can be conservative leaning all you want. Even the white conservatism actually means something completely different to white people than it means to what you hear coming out of the mouths of most black conservatives. As a matter of fact, if you look at most black conservatives, what you really hear is kind of like a shuck and jiving kind of tap dancing, rat pack, I'll say, that kind of a thing, right? Like butter biscuit eating, pandering to white audience for their fucking daily bread, like the Anthony Bullshitter Logans of the world, right? Yeah. Their parents probably met the KKK in person and turned that ass in a circle for turkeys and toy trucks. Okay. But here's the problem. Mm-hmm. You see when the numbers drop off when we go in, right, on a Republican, right? What we're literally showing you is the evidence of this is not something that is party, exclusive. It's not something that is political philosophy exclusive. It's just something that is literally happening on both sides. I mean, nobody had a problem with it whenever Joe Biden was running for office and they were referring to him as old creepy Joe, right? Talking about, black children wanted to rub his leg here when he went to the public pool. It's like fucking creepy stories like that. We got a problem with it. We say, Trump lost fair and square. Republican Party is a fucking dysfunctional cesspool. There's a part of the fucking swamp that Trump claimed that he wanted to drain. Biggest violators of human rights, abusing states' rights to keep a sense of anti-miscegenation, segregation, Jim Crow level discrimination up. Like, I'm surprised that they haven't started putting, whites only signs and black only signs back up in that now neo-Confederate South.
Well, and it's about to, but it's some more he's about to drop here, right? Because you look at Tucker Carlson, right? So
I really saw this as a
stuttering ass
deeply troubling challenge for my family on March 16th. When people were, talking about a minor and that there were pictures of me with child prostitutes. That's obviously false. There will be no such pictures because no such thing happened. But really on March 16th was when this got going from the extortion standpoint.
So what happens next? I mean, you can see there is this investigation, I guess a criminal investigation. I'm not quite sure where the sex trafficking part comes in. Again, for the fifth time, I don't really understand this story very well. But where does it go from here? I mean, you've made an allegation against someone by name on the air and accused him of trying to extort millions of dollars from your family. What happens tomorrow?
Well, what was supposed to happen was the transfer of this money that would have implicated the former colleague of these current DOJ officials. But that's obviously not going to happen tomorrow because the New York Times story was leaked in order to quell that investigative effort. So here's what needs to happen next. The FBI and the Department of Justice must release the tapes that are in their possession that were done at their direction. Those tapes will show that I am innocent and that the whole concept of sex charges against me was really just a way to try to bleed my family out of money and probably smear my name because I am a well-known, outspoken conservative, and I guess that's out of style in a lot of parts of the country right now.
Look at
I appreciate your comment.
Oh wait. You know, it's so funny. And I find this not even just with black conservatives, but with white ones, right? It was the conservative movement when you really started hearing this narrative about black people that wanted to do for self, that wanted a piece of our grand American pie, which we built, by the way, right? And whenever we talk about abuses against black people, it's referred to as victimhood. Well, it is so funny. The Republican Party is running a fucking campaign. And mind you, this is a conservative thing when you're seeing these falsified attacks by so-called black people on the Asian community, which is inherently not true. Because if you look at the string of attacks, there has only been one native-born black that was ever fucking caught on camera kicking a Korean woman who, mind you, before he basically dropped her to her motherfucking knees and onto the ground where he could actually kick her while she was down. Good on him. If you really want to know what happened prior to that, he spat on her, and that was the only black American that you actually caught on actual camera, literally leveling somebody that was Asian. And the Republicans have been pushing it because it has been Republican leaning, conservative thought patterning, white boys who are suspected potential or even confirmed mass shooters that have been going around terrorizing the Asian community. And you notice the inherent victimhood that they claim that so-called black people, when we point out state-sanctioned abuses against black people, if you notice, they love to play the victim card. Nobody's accusing him of playing the victim card. Like Tucker Carlson, I remember when Tariq Nasheed went onto his show, and he said that black people are victims, and Tariq Nasheed didn't back down from it. What he said was, yes, black people are victims in a system of white supremacy. And here you are, this white guy who basically overused, abused, overstayed his welcome in whiteness, literally playing the victim card at the end of this. This is basically a grand confession that he's made here, right? Yeah. Playing the victim card, try to bleed my family. Oh, I'm a victim.
Yeah, like. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Here you go. We got something fresh off the presses. You know what I'm saying? To our crack team, right? To our crack team. The elder says, just DeAndre update. He showed nude photos to other lawmakers, right? This is an update, right? And we got another article right here. We have another article right here. You know what I'm saying? We have another article. Let's bring that up on screen, because this is the guy in question that he named publicly for the extortion thing, right? The guy. So Matt Gaetz' case gets more bizarre as extortion claim involves search for missing ex-FBI agent Robert Levinson. Details surrounding the claim by Rep. Matt Gaetz, a Republican from Florida, that he is a victim of an extortion plot involving allegations of sexual relationship with a 17-year-old, now pretend to connect into a search for an FBI agent who went missing in Iran 14 years ago. According to documents obtained and reported by the Washington Examiner, Gaetz' family was approached by a former Air Force intelligence officer Bob Kent, who claimed that he had located former agent Robert Livingston, whose family presumed him dead. Kent reportedly sought $25 million loan to fund an operation to rescue Livingston and promised to help the congressman with legal woes in return. Rep. Matt Gaetz denies allegations of sexual misconduct. In exchange for the funds being arranged and upon the release of Mr. Livingston, the team that delivers Mr. Livingston to the President of the United States shall strongly advocate that the President Biden issue a presidential pardon or instructing the Department of Justice.
So this is related to international affair, which his father is actually a part of. Well, being a federal judge, he would be, right? Because the FBI can't operate on foreign soil, it would have to be someone in a high level, that is non executive or legislative position, like the military, and this being Air Force intelligence, which is literally one of the highest intelligence in the country, second only to naval and marine intelligence, right?
So now check this out, right? The document reportedly calls for Gantz's father to place $25 million in a trust account of law firm Biggs and Land, bearing the name of Livingston's family attorney and after former federal prosecutor David McGee. Gantz has denied any allegations of any wrongdoing and claimed that the New York Pride is a 17-year-old girl, right? Gantz.
See, here's the problem. Understand something, like what they're talking about, like for refusing that move. It was probably the dumbest move that either he or his father could have made. Understand what kind of political clout you can gain by pulling an FBI agent that is operating on foreign soil in an unofficial capacity, literally from the teeth of a hostile environment, such as a terrorist-controlled country. Right? Think of the political clout you gain out of that. And you refuse to do it. So basically, you're an un-American piece of shit. You didn't want to go get your own because your dad's a piece of shit.
Yeah. And then they said, hold on, let me see, the 14-year-old girl, the congressman, whatever, right? So hold on, Gantz's father, presidential thing. So the document stated that Rep. Gantz was currently under investigation by the FBI for various public corruption and political integrity issues. It also goes on to allege that the FBI has learned of images of Gantz in a sexual orgy with underage prostitutes. So they were investigating him already on public corruption and public integrity issues, and the FBI learned about the sexual orgy of underage prostitutes.
So this is still Hoover's FBI, man. This is basically COINTEL, right? Counterintelligence. I have some slight experience in counterintelligence. This is pretty unusual field, right? So basically, it's FBI. Hostage situation, ex-FBI agent. They're looking if I can recapture one of their own. They probably went to the federal government already. Federal government probably already refused funds or personnel in order to retrieve this ex-FBI agent. So now they have to go with the private sector. And his father's pretty popular in the private sector, has access to the funds that be able to fucking go and do that for the FBI. And this is basically Hoover's COINTEL program, right? It is. So in a way, I guess he wasn't completely bullshitting. Problem is understand something. You could have had a lot of political clout if you just put the money up to go and get that ex-FBI agent. Now they're trying to figure out why you're under investigation. They're trying to figure out the same way if I could get dirt on hip hop guys, rappers, rock stars, and what have you, right? Figure out a similar way. Get dirt on this guy. Like, what are you doing that you can't fucking put up money to get one of your own? Mind you, you're a fucking federal judge. You have fucking connections. You sit on the fucking board that determines where fucking grants and loans go to. Okay, like what are you doing that you can't put up this $25 million, which is really a drop in a bucket for an operation for retrieval?
No, check this out, right? Check this out. Now I'm gonna bring this one up here real quick. right? I'm gonna bring this up real quick. Share it. And you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna bring this up real quick. Now I'm gonna come to key points of this right here, right? So Katie Beener, one of the New York Times reporters who broke the story months old DOJ sex trafficking investigation, told MSNBC Tuesday night that McGee, who she did not identify by name, is not involved in the investigation. This is the guy that he said that did whatever, and suggests Gantz is trying to deflect attention in a very odd and self-immolating way. He's basically destroying and blowing up an FBI investigation into an alleged extortion. Now this is Katie Beener, right?
Bro, he's taking everybody down.
Congressman Gates has made this extortion allegation. He's named somebody who he says is the guilty party who's trying to extort he and his family for money to try to make this go away. And again, I have no.
You notice you're going to see more Asians on TV now, right? I'm just letting y'all know this.
I'll put it this way, man. Like if you look at my pound cake of Larry Elder, talk about fucking Asians, right? Yeah, fucking Asians good at playing victim, and Asians like literally running these massive intelligence operations to get close to people in politics to literally undermine them.
Yeah. So now you can tell she's not bred for TV. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you see I'm talking about the presentation. She hasn't been groomed. She hasn't whatever. So they just snatched up whatever one that they wanted to snatch up and throw them on TV to talk about this. But let's just go ahead.
No idea about the veracity of those allegations. And as you say, with the timeline, it's important to understand that these may be two very separate stories. But the person that he's named is not a person who was involved with the Justice Department investigation. Gates is essentially claiming that these are false charges trumped up against him, and somebody involved in trumping up these charges against him then tried to extort money from him. Is the person that he's named somebody involved in this investigation?
No, that person is not involved in the investigation. That person is currently in private practice and does not work at the Justice Department. But again, keep in mind, this is an investigation that when you look at the timeline was very serious. And it was something that's taken seriously by Trump administration officials in the Justice Department. So I think that one of the reasons why he is...
I'm surprised how she can talk with her teeth closed like that. I'm just surprised. But let's go.
I'll tell you this: she probably has the OCA2 gene that gives her the red eyes, or that's a really bad camera that gives her red eyes.
Yeah, that's a bad camera. She wasn't prepared.
Yeah.
She was prepared. She was prepared.
She thought one of the reasons why he's publicly said that the FBI has asked his own father to wear a wire is in order to try to get people to not pay attention to the fact that it was in fact the Trump administration who felt it was worthy to investigate him.
Speaking of McGee's, I mean, she's got a face like Assy McGee. Okay.
Yeah, like bro, like you know what I'm saying, like. But you notice what she said. He's trying to throw it off that the Trump administration was investigating him. This was William Barr as the DOJ was investigating.
Well, you got to remember, DOJ heads, right? So attorney generals, basically attorney generals for the country are appointed. They're not elected.
Yes.
Right. And that was probably another thing that was causing her to be investigated, right? Which is why you're seeing this massive shift in what you call neoconservatism, or what they call the white red pill, which is becoming more professional, becoming more policy driven, as opposed to just shitting on women all fucking day and crying about bitches, right? Literally ousting their old heads that are still spewing that fucking anti-female hate speech.
Yeah.
And so now you have also, as far as the Republican Party, the more refined characters and more refined players than the Republican Party, literally ousting their own too, which is why you're seeing all of this. Even Republicans going against people that are spewing like QAnon conspiracy theories. And I'm guessing he got wrapped up in that QAnon conspiracy theories, talking about, because I've actually heard this guy speak about, Biden still in the, election, right? And mind you, if you're still spewing that kind of recklessness that's like kind of making the Republican Party look like shit. They've been trying to oust that out. As a matter of fact, you go all the way back to like the Tea Party days, right? When the Tea Party branched out, and the Tea Party was like basically a more refined, kind of covert racist sector of the Republican Party. Like they were more liberal leaning, kind of brought it all the way back around to the center, more democratic leaning on the ass end of it, right? Yeah. So they kind of push these guys out that are still spewing that kind of, look, we're beyond the Southern strategy. We don't need we don't need to get rid of political correctness. We've been running this political correct thing and doing just fine with it. We're not going to change it up until it stops working, right? Yeah. And because it basically is just like Lee Atwater said, you used to be able to say, nigger, 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 and now we're here in 2021, or even 2016. You can't say it anymore. That hurts you, right? Yeah, that's why you don't say Jews, so you don't get accused of anti-Semitism. You don't say thug because now you could be accused of racism, so forth, so on. Things like predator, super predator, or anamorphizing black people. You'd be accused of racism, and those guys that are more refined have been trying to push that out, right? Mm-hmm. And that's and he's a part of that, right? Like when you're sitting there saying at a Republican National Convention, you make a major gaffe saying that the Democrats want to let the guy out who's like basically the worst of society and invite MS-13 to live next to you. Like, how fucking stupid are you? Like, Democrats have actually been the hardest on crime, harder than Republicans. In fact, you look at all of these shootings and killings of black male and female bodies by not even agents of the state, just by fucking rogue actors that has always happened under fucking Republican leadership. Because that's the party of literally the white robe. Okay. And it's not like we don't know it. We know it because you had one of the biggest grand wizards of the KKK come out and well, we support Donald Trump and we support this new conservative uprising. And that was David Duke, if you remember.
Yeah, David Duke. Yeah, that was
Bill Barr comes out of that same little fucking circle, right? Yeah. You're talking about Breitbart, like extreme far right. The conservative cartel, right?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna play the rest of this.
In publicly talking about the extortion plot that he's described and publicly saying his father were a liar, he is basically destroying and blowing up an FBI investigation, which is in itself.
Remember they got on Obama for wearing a tan suit? When he was on vacation, he had to come back to the White House. What the fuck is he wearing? Why does he look like a good fella? Why does he look like old Goodfellas?
Well, he's got a black shirt on underneath. That's really unheard of for politicians. It's usually black or it's blue. Usually black or blue suits for politicians.
Understand, the black shirt, right? This La Familia.
Yeah.
You're talking about mafioso.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He looked like old dude from the Goodfellas that snitched on everybody.
Like, even though you're not supposed to wear a tie when you're wearing a black suit under,
a black shirt under the suit. Yeah.
You're not supposed to wear a tie with that.
Hey, but you know what? It's better than him wearing a goddamn Charlie Brown sweater.
Oh man, that boy. Where is that guy?
Oh no, he's been exiled. We're not going to. We don't speak about him that shall not be named. Ain't that right, Auntie?
For real, yeah.
Yeah, we don't talk about that dude though.
I gotta tell you his life story, fucking movie script and shit. Hey, hold up, I've seen this movie before.
So I'm gonna play this.
You just give me the fucking movie line from Wall Street. Just like give me the overall synopsis to some fucking Wall Street movie and shit. Like, what are you doing?
Well, hold on, here we go.
So what the Asian woman is saying is that there's a separate there's actually a separate investigation going on that involves his father
and him.
And him. While these accusations are literally like coming from somewhere else, but he's trying to use the other investigation that his father's involved in as a scapegoat.
Exactly. And then, but you know what I'm saying. But that's your high value guy.
But see, I'll tell you this: if the FBI is on his father's ass, there might be a good reason for that, right? Like if you're really looking at it, the Republicans still control the Senate, you know, contrary to popular belief. Republicans still control the Senate. Democrats only control the House, right? So they only control Congress. So it's a good chance if you pass something by Congress, you get a majority vote at the House. It could still literally get rejected at the Senate, right? If you don't get that majority vote at the Senate, right?
That's why they're trying to get rid of the filibuster.
Yeah, right. Because they've been filibustering on shit, and we see where these sore losers that are filibustering for the Republicans always fucking leads to some kind of a fucking government shutdown, long-term federal furlough, right? And that's why that's a good reason why they want to get rid of that.
Yeah.
So if he's under investigation by the FBI. I mean, there's a good fucking reason why he's under investigation by the FBI. You're not just getting investigated by the FBI because somebody want to fleece you for fucking money. Like you're talking about guys that literally can get thrown under the bus, buried under a jail, literally buried in lawsuits, buried in paperwork, buried under some fucking naked, greased up lifer in Fort Leavenworth.
Hey, Harry, is that you, bro?
What up,
Yeah,
Harry?
that's me, bro. My bad.
Harry.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm back. I had to morph back into an intelligent life form. No,
Okay.
Oh Lord, where you been, bro?
Chilling, dude. Chilling. So really, you said that Senate was controlled by Republicans, contrary to popular belief. I know that it's 50-50 with the VP taking the tiebreaker. But are you saying that Joe?
That's
Joe
why
from West Virginia is really
because we keep looking at this as a party thing. It's a philosophy thing. We can't look at it. The Republicans, by virtue of philosophy, still control the Senate. Like if you really look at it, you have conservative leaning Democrats
blue dogs
that vote in the direction of the Republicans. And that's why you have the new VP needing to be the tiebreaker.
Right, I understand what you're saying. That's why I pinpointed our boy from West Virginia. Munchin, he's the one. He's had, to be honest with you, I think he's the most powerful senator right now because
absolutely
powerful one. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, there's literally like 4 senators: New York, California, Illinois, and Michigan. Like those, and then you have Kentucky because McConnell's still there.
Yeah, but my argument is only because without him, and he's probably the closest. He's probably the most conservative Democrat. Without him, we can't get to 50. So it seems like I think that he is in a position to drain the White House or just basically hold the White House hostage, to advocate for his state. But that was the only reason why I was saying that right now he's in that position since he's the only Democrat that always seems to just kind of like teeter.
Well, what happens is that because of the politics of the state of West Virginia, he's basically forced to be fair, but he's forced to placate to Republican-leaning ideals.
Right, because of the state, he just happens to be a Democrat in a Republican state.
Yeah, right. Like when
he's trying to keep a job.
Because you look at what's the major state of West Virginia?
Cole.
And that's the only Democratic ran, right? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the only Democratic city in the state. But it's also the most highly condensed city in the state.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
And then
and that's why when you seen Biden, right, literally going on his campaign, he didn't bother going to rural white America. He literally went to the biggest cities.
Right.
Like, and they only needed a few. Like I said, if you get Philadelphia and New York, you've got the entirety of New England, because it's a Commonwealth. Commonwealth has a tendency to vote in Commonwealth's interest, and because they know that federal money is going to be coming down the pike to whoever's in office for the sake of the Commonwealth, and that money is distributed through Commonwealth law, right? They have a tendency to vote with the Commonwealth interest. And that's why if you get Philadelphia and New York, you basically got the entirety of New England.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And you know, and I'm down here in the South New Orleans. So as far as Commonwealth laws, I'm still not abreast on it. I need to come out there and bone up on that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. As a matter of fact, just look at just look at the state of Louisiana, right? For the most part, very like you wouldn't be able to tell that it is really a Republican ran state.
Oh, we know. Even though we have a Democrat as our governor, we know it's always going to be
right. Democratic governor. But if you look at all of the underbosses, they're still there since the fucking 30, 40 years.
Of course,
right?
it's all red. Yes, they always got their orange stamp by their name.
Like everyone if you look at even down to New Orleans City Hall, you're looking at like half of it is neo-Confederates, but yet this is the majority of where their districts literally get the money. Where you look at the main districts, Lower Fifth Ward, you're looking at those regions literally being starved out, and that's how you have like a Katrina incident, right? Because we look at Texas and we say, oh yeah, that was deregulation. That was brought in by Republican, or rather conservative-leaning philosophy that basically said, "Look, we need to deregulate industry." Right.
Right.
But the same thing happened during Katrina, right? Deregulate. Those people should be able to fend for themselves. So what happens when the Lower Fifth Ward gets flooded out by a fucking hurricane, levees breaking? Oh, we'll go and send them up to the Northern Six, or the upper. Right, where the white people are, right, where the wealthiest people are, and fuck those people on the lower end. You know,
you're right.
Yeah,
you mean low? I know you mean the lower ninth wall. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So now you see this, like, you know what I'm saying, and I love having very intelligent mods in the chat, right? You know what I'm saying? You're always willing to learn something. Queen of the South says Louisiana has its own laws based on the Napoleonic Code.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Like, these are things, but you know what I'm saying?
That's why, I was talking about that with when you look at the history of this debate, this long ongoing debate in academia between like socialism, conservatism, right? Where you're really looking at these long ongoing debates, like you're literally looking at the history of revolution, right? 6 major revolutions that you're really looking at, literally beginning with the American Revolution, then to the French Revolution, which literally gives you laissez-faire, or what you call free market capitalism, right? And it was the Napoleonic Code. The Napoleonic Code is actually literally where America gets its Bill of Rights.
Correct.
See, that's literally what kept slaves out of serfdom. So you didn't have to be born a sharecropper, right? You could literally go into any field that you want. You have to be what your mom, your dad was. You literally go into any field that you want because of those Napoleonic codes. And that was one of the It was called the Napoleon Compromise, right? The House of Napoleon, the Great Compromise of the Great House of France. Right, when he established that Napoleonic Code, it was literally to take away the power that the existing monarchs,
the Louis Kings,
to keep the power out of the hands of the monarchs. He established the French consulate, which becomes your what today, right, which is our kind of like equivalent to Congress, right, which is your house. Right, but their Senate is still ran by who? Your private industry, who were basically the old mercantiles, or from the old mercantile system, right? That's the money side. That's still runs the Senate. And that's why you look at France's lower house, or its Parliament, its lower house, or Commons. and versus it's upper house, which is basically our senator, right? Our senators, right? You're looking at the same kind of establishment. That's why you see a lot of our senators are in the deep money, deep with private sector, getting all these grants, money, loan, fucking write-offs, taxes, all forgiven and all this other bullshit, right? It's the same kind of thing, right?
Right.
We got free market capitalism from French Revolution. It was the thing that kind of stabilized, because when you look at the way the Constitution is written, that capitalism doesn't appear in it. As a matter of fact, you look at what a democratic republic actually is. It is one that prefers social state over personal endeavor, right? The body is more important than the individual. Right? That's the whole purpose. That's why it begins out, we the people, and not I the individual, right?
We the people, yes.
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? So, and now I'm gonna bring it because I am squared, and I'm glad Educated Aries is up here, Ant's up here, Cerulean's up here, so we get to a little roasting session, right?
Okay.
There's been this rash of men doing feminine things, you know what I'm saying? In the media.
Hey, well, that's my FBI.
You know what I'm saying?
My sweet masculinity KY.
It's, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about this right here, right? You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about this right here.
Young Jock ain't got a beard weave, my nigga.
Hey, Cerulean, I told you I was going to be petty today.
We've been talking about that paste on beard that asserts someone. He's about like yay high when he takes his fitted cap off. He ages like 40 years. He's really suspected to be something like in his 70s or his 80s. When he puts his hat on, he looks like he's about 42, 43. Okay.
Damn.
Who walk around with also with a fake beard, because when he takes that fitted cap off, the whole beard comes off with it, and he hangs it up on his little shelf. What the fuck is Young Jock thinking? Look, if you can't grow a beard, look, that's completely fine. Why do you think that is a beard synonymous with masculinity? No, it's not. Only if you're letting women determine the motherfucking rules of masculinity for you.
No, Aries, Ant, y'all got anything?
No, man. Cerulean hit the nail right on the head. Now, even as a man, dog, okay, I believe it's, what I'm saying, it's a certain feeling of masculinity to be able to grow a beard. It's just, that's the first time in a long time I've seen anybody that looks about 20 years older without a damn beard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You do like somebody Uncle Cecil.
Bro, I shave my goatee, beard, whatever. I get carded, bro.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this, man. You won't even recognize Jock with a fucking beard. Like, he don't even look right with a beard. Like, look at him. He don't look like Jock. He look like some, like your average, like some nigga. Like, who is it?
It's Aries, man. You know what I'm saying?
Look, we all know that there's a thing with the time, and we know that beard game is still in, right? Myself possessing a very illustrious and radiant beard, right? I know that there's certain privileges that come with niggas with beards, okay? If you don't have one, it's completely fine. Why are you getting the fucking beard weave? Like literally, you can't sit there and clown on women for wearing a motherfucking hair weave, and then you go and get a motherfucking beard weave, or you get the motherfucking the fake wave, right? Because you got a bald spot, right? Just shave it all off like real niggas have always done.
Embrace it,
right? Embrace it, right?
Yeah,
because those are symbols of you aging and getting wiser, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Correct, but I think, and again, listen, y'all, with COVID happening, wearing a mask, I've joined the beard game, and I've always ran from the beard game because being clean cut, corporate, your appearance, this, that, and the other. I said to hell with it. I feel liberated. And it came in like 2 days of me stopping in the shave. Yeah, it happened so quick.
And you look at that beard weave. That beard weave look horrible, man. Like that beard weave looks unnatural, man. Like your hair doesn't fucking even grow like that. Like it looks matted, right?
Yeah,
it looks like matted. like that felt material that Velcro sticks to.
Oh, is this
I
velvet?
feel, bro. Yeah.
And you know what it looked like? You know what it looked like? It looked like a pool
about
table.
the soft side of Velcro.
Look. It looked like a pool table.
It does, but it does.
Hey, let's see. Look, let's see. Let's just be clear. My beard is very illustrious. Okay, my beard is almost regal looking, as people have told me. Right. Like literally King Jeffrey Joe Far shit. Like I walked to a club. They asked me, "Hey, is that velvet from Thou Face?" Okay, what I'm talking about is the beard weave. Like understand that this is something that is kind of like one of those emotional purchases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the kind of behavior that you typically get out of women.
Yeah.
Like you can't sit there and clown women for having hair weave, and you turn around and get you a beard weave.
Somebody said that's AstroTurf.
It is, but I think that's and again,
right. The only thing that beard goes good with is a fucking football cleat. Okay.
Right. But Cerulean Grey, and again, this is your panel, and I'm not trying to be completely raunchy, but my thing is this:
sure, bro.
The ladies in the chat know when they have a man is doing what he's doing to his lady, and he has that beard. That beard is going to be lubricated. If you have a weave beard, can you imagine that shit just popping off in the throes of passion?
I'll tell you this: that nigga ain't going to no beaches.
No. Yeah, he is, because the Gorilla Glue lady showed him how to do it. You know what I'm saying? You get that Gorilla Glue, spray it on.
Don't troll that girl from Louisiana.
You know what kind of glue is actually used to stick that shit to that nigga face, right? Y'all do know that same glue is the same glue that's used in those motherfucking those black glue mouse traps.
Yeah.
Same damn glue. That's why they can take it off and stick it back on and shit.
Now hold on. Now remember that he didn't just stop at the beard. Look at the lineup, y'all.
Yeah. He sprayed
the forehead.
Don't get me wrong. Like he should have stopped at the lineup, because the lineup cleaned in the motherfucker. I ain't even gonna lie on that.
But look at the lineup. That's the spray. It's the spray right there, bro. Like,
but even still, like the spray ain't too extreme and shit. You know what I mean? Like the spray lasts about as long as it takes for you to go back to get another haircut.
It's not worth it at the end of the day. Like, you need to embrace you.
Hold on, I'm gonna play this, man.
And I'm pretty sure Jock still got some of that. It's going down money. He can just get the motherfucking surgery to fucking open up his follicles, fucking actually get the real hair.
That's it. Right. I mean, because Deion Sanders pulled that out his ass. He came back hard with the toothpaste.
Listen, I'm gonna play this because it gets funny. Watch this. They said it's public hair, it's not pubic hair.
I don't know what kind of public hair that is. They ain't no public hair I've ever been familiar with. It's like the kind of public hair you buy in Home Depot by any chance. Specifically in the fasteners aisle where you get the Velcro, and the coat hangers.
Oh man, look, man.
It is, and if he applied it incorrectly. He needs some more hair underneath the beard, like under the chin.
Yeah, the neck area.
The neck area, because I look at that. Yeah, that was
I'm gonna be 100 with you. The nigga should have went to Bosley. Yeah, because Bosley got the surgery thing, right? The surgery thing.
Hair Club for Men has it too.
Right, they have the surgery thing.
Bring it right there.
But see, what I'm saying is that I think this is kind of one of those emotional things that's tied to kind of what the fad is right now, right?
You don't even look right with this shit.
It wants to be relevant.
And for every fake beard, it's kind of like spinners, right? Like, remember spinners, right? The Sprewells, right? The Sprewell rims. And you remember what happened with the Sprewell rims where they were proliferated, right? They made the spinner hubcap, and it kind of cheapened the real spinner. And that's basically what the paste on beard is. It cheapens the real thing. Like you the reason why you're driving the style out of style.
Oh, you talking about like the Chrysler 300 Bentley
And
kit?
thank you. I was up. You took the words right out
The
of my mouth.
10-second Phantom.
Yeah,
It's a great car.
What Cat Williams say? It looked like a Phantom until a Phantom pull up next to that motherfucker. Yeah.
See, if you look at the 300, I mean, don't get me wrong. The Chrysler 300 was a good looking car. Why do you put a fucking Bentley front end on it? It literally cheapens both the car itself and the Bentley. Like the Bentley, like less spell. Like you can just fucking get one made by putting Bentley front end on your fucking Chrysler 300, which cheapens both the Chrysler 300, which is already a good looking car.
Young Jock has some hairstyles and whatnot that made me question him already.
Well, you know, he down in Hotlanta, baby. It's spicy down there. Shout out to the CIAs and the FBI.
No, see, I remember last time fucking Jock did some bullshit, and you know, he got the motherfucking pressed perm weave. As
I remember that.
With that pompadour and shit. I was like, what the hell?
Listen. I think you know
when they was calling him Auntie Jock, but he had the perm.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Look, hold on. I'm gonna play this, right? I'm gonna play this because you know what I'm saying.
So y'all boys, man, thanks for having me up, man. Okay, bro, I'm about to step down. I'm gonna drop down, bro. It's been a pleasure, dog.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
no
Hey,
problem.
feel free to come through. I'm about to kick one off too, dog. So after party over there. But it's all good, bro.
Cool. I'll probably be there in another hour.
Nah, bro, take your time, bro. Hella stream, bro. Cerulean, DeAndre, Aries, always a pleasure. And bro, hey, I don't know if you saw that earlier. Got Aries, damn, dog. That's the second time in 2 days I did that shit, bro. I owe you some fucking money, bro. It's that damn picture, bro.
I know, because I had to come out there and find one.
But whatever, bro. Hey, he ain't coming back to my panel, bro. They paid. They paid, man.
What happened?
Bro, they paid, bro. I started an auction, bro. I was like, yo, he's got to pay me to get back on the panel. And then they're like, the chat is like, yo, can we pay you to keep him off?
Whoa.
And I'm like, yo, the bidding starts at $20 for a week.
Hold up, what?
Hey, whatever. He's banned till August. Let's put it that way.
Look, I've been
bro. They pulled their money, bro.
I've been missing some shit. Okay, wait. So let me get it right. So, you told him that he had to pay if he wanted to come back to your show.
Yeah, that's what I was telling the chat. Yeah.
And then the show. Oh my God!
How the hell you gonna cash app somebody in my chat, woman in my chat, just so you can talk to her?
Like how
you gonna cash app the host?
Like how the fuck are you? How the fuck are you more unpopular than a president that destroyed the country? Like I don't get that. Like, how you that unbearable? Like motherfucker would rather see another Donald Trump presidency than to see his sorry ass on somebody's panel.
That is unheard of.
Hey, bro. Let's put it like this: it was $20 for a week. That man banned till August.
See, that also gives me like it also gives me a just a glint of hope for the future, right? Because what that was an exercise in politics. Little do y'all know, right? That's a kind of exercise.
Black people can pool their resources and get something they want done
for the greater good.
Yes,
for the greater good, man. Look,
don't worry about it.
I want to say, if y'all watch NT and y'all did that, y'all put up money to keep that. Look, I have to say it. I have to be able to say it. Look, the Grey regime honors you, man. Look, I'm proud of you guys. I am. I really am.
Yo, for real, man. Like, yo,
bro.
You guys make me proud. Like, no, it does. It makes me proud because it's like niggas are good at politics for real, on low key. If we could just take this to like the state level, and then eventually at federal level. I mean, look, we would fucking kill in politics if we could keep that same energy in every facet of life, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I will say this though, in DeAndre, I come from I'm under the umbrella of Danini. Okay, and Danini actually held a pit. Danini actually went on his panel and trolled him so hard on his own panel that he left his own panel. And she was up there. Next time you go over there in Danini's live, ask her about it. That's the kind of troll I am.
bro.
Because
Yeah.
you know that night I came over to his channel. I'm gonna be popping up on this channel more often just to be like, hey, I'm coming into your house, destroying your furniture, taking over.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with who that actually
But
is.
yeah,
No, that's Bullet's guy,
yeah,
man. That's
bro, it was
Bullet's guy.
fucking. Hey, it was hilarious, bro. And I was like, yo, I'm leaving him backstage until he makes the Cash App ring. They were like, yo, we'll pay you to ban him.
How they call a bullets Gotti? You gotta have bullets. They call a name like that. Like, more like fucking Nerf darts Gotti.
No, I called him. I don't call him bullets. I call him butter. Butter Gotti.
More like foam balls Gotti, right?
Bro, I didn't know so. I didn't know a Cash App could ring like that. Back one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other.
Hey, I'm gonna just say this, man. Look, the Cash App side. Look, man. Look, what that showed me is that niggas do know how to play the game of politics, and if we could do that on a state level, like put the money where our mouth is. Like, when we say we don't want a certain motherfucker in office anymore, right? We gotta pay for that. Look, I mean,
hey, listen.
I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you, black
He's
folks.
literally David Duke.
Do you really
No,
know? Do y'all really know how much it costs for state elections? Like, you can literally gain every fucking seat in state elections because they're that cheap. Like, literally. Like, take for instance our brother here's New Orleans, right?
I'm about to say not Louisiana. Louisiana, oh shit. We throw out we throw the kitchen sink at it, and politics is a sport for us.
No, but see, that's why states like Louisiana, that's why they always fucking block federal policy, using states' rights, disobey, like things like the federal minimum wage, so they can keep their population poor, so they can't fucking change things with their money. That's the reason why that shit happens. And that's why you say, look at New Orleans. Oh yeah, Democratic ran.
Said it, yeah. It's an oasis in the land of red.
Let me say this real quick, right? Before I hit this and stuff like that. Ant has proven, right? We know this, but Ant have proven. We hear these dudes in these spaces, right? Right? We hear this everything. I got this on screen. Let's See says she put 20 on the anti-Gotti fund, right? This is a black woman supporting a black man's platform. And he wasn't up there pandering. Let's give it up for the anti-Derrick Jackson coalition. Let's give it up.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of guy? Like literally, like what kind of guy, right? Like names himself Gotti. Gotti. Like, come on, man. Like one, Gotti is not even from your fucking demographic, right? And he's probably not even from your borough if you're even in New York, right? And then on top of that, motherfucker died in jail because he fucking got throat fucked and contracted throat cancer. Like, this is a guy that got throat fucked most of his fucking time in jail.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Like,
that's real.
a bunch of fucking lifers with nothing else to fucking live for. Fucking bust nuts right in his fucking throat raping this guy just so he can fucking argue for his life. Like, that's who fucking Gotti. That's what Gotti did in jail. It's the same for what's that guy's name? Gravano. Same fucking instance, man. He's getting ass fucked this whole time in jail. So I had to move him away from General Pop, okay? Because he was too fucking, despite all the motherfucking hard stories of being mafioso, these motherfuckers are delicate as fuck when they get around real motherfuckers in jail.
Or Puerto Ricans in the street.
The Puerto Ricans. Now, I'm going to say this, right? I'm going to play this, man, so we can get on this because I got the last story.
Y'all boys, peace out, though, bro. Thanks for having me up, bro. Hella stream, bro. Y'all boys are a trip. And peace to the chat, too. No, for real. Yo, peace.
Yeah. Wow. hey, that's a statistic that's so bullshit that it could actually be true. Right?
Look, I ain't gonna let Charlamagne roast this man no more, man.
If I'm gonna control it, right? Because we as dudes, right, we can see the fake beard, right?
Yeah.
Like if I'm a patrolman and being a guy, I can see the fake beard from a fucking mile away. I might pull the motherfucker over like, is that beard real? It's like, hey, I should give you a ticket for that beard. That beard is a statutory violation.
Enough of it look like Rudy Giuliani's fucking hair, like the hair dye. Are you serious?
Oh my god, man! Listen,
are you fucking serious?
Look, hey, if y'all listen, I'm gonna tell y'all in the chat. If y'all want to watch that whole thing because it's pretty long as a clip, The link is in the description on the channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna play the whole thing because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But I just wanted to hear y'all hear Charlamagne the God roast old dude real quick. And it's funny, but what I want to do is shift speed because I am equal. I'm equal opportunity with the petty, right? I'm equal opportunity with the petty. Appreciate all y'all coming through, giving a shout out or whatever. I'm gonna play this last clip. All right. And this is something special because we talk about the things because we get this whole thing about the Asian hate and all this other stuff. But you know, there's a man on trial for killing a black man, right?
Correct.
And for 9 minutes and stuff. And if you've been following the trial, because you know we still gonna be in our niggatry and cuz niggas, but this is what's going on. But these are multi-layered things that are going on. And the reason why I'm bringing this up with all of these articles and stuff like this is done by purpose, right? We sat up here and we talked about every demographic of person other than, you know, that little stint with the, you know what I'm saying, the dude that shall not be named, you know what I'm saying? We talked about the dominant society. So you can literally hold a damn audience, talk about somebody, roast people, but don't have to roast our own. It's so much content out there. And then actually have an intelligent conversation. Nobody was getting any arguments back and forth with each other, even if we didn't agree or didn't agree, but it was just what it was. So it is possible to do it. I'm just saying.
Those are all facts, right, man? Like, if you really look at every other demographic, right? And this is what I'll say, because I hardly make statements like this. But every other demographic makes some other group like the object of their vitriol or their entertainment, right? They never really use their own as like the object of their disgust or the object of their negatively driven entertainment, right? They use everyone else. Like that's literally like the American way, right?
Yeah.
And that's when you really look at it. Because I always hear these statements like black people are the only ones to do this and we only want to sell drugs and it's like all kind of goofy shit. Like you're looking at these guys that typically, as a suspicious Samuels would say, is a high value man. Well, you got these high value men doing some really low value things, right? Like statutorily raping 17-year-olds being put under investigation, scapegoating their fucking father's investigation to kind of fucking take the fucking shit off him because he wants another election. Right, and that seat that he's in is up for grabs. As a matter of fact, this year, because when does the next incumbent take the seat in 2022? Right, and so he wants another election, which is up, ongoing right now. And even if they're trying to kill his election, right? So fucking what? Like, stop being, nobody ever tells these guys, look, stop playing victim. But we'll sit there and we'll literally come at our own because these guys tell us that we're playing a victim by pointing out very clear, very proven, very undeniable cases that are empirically shown, like on camera footage even. You got some fucking racist piece of shit trying to tell you that you didn't see what you saw, right? Like when you look, I was looking at the George Floyd case, and it's so funny because actually the Derek Chauvin trial, while I'm calling it the fucking George Floyd case, and the reason why I'm doing that is because if you really looked at it, they're still trying to literally defame the character of a dead black man, like
prosecute and persecute.
Like they're putting George Floyd's reputation on trial. Like his reputation doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with him actually being killed in broad daylight by some fucking sadomasochist piece of shit who himself is literally a high level white collar criminal while his wife was running an at home business from an address in fucking Florida, specifically a PO box that he was using to dodge Minnesota state tax. Okay, this is this is like the things that are happening by people who are telling you that you're inherently criminal. Like, you're literally looking at the most excellent group of people that this country has ever spawned, literally being shat on, even with this fucking negative propaganda that they're calling anti-Asian attacks, which are being done by either Asians themselves or whites, or even Caribbean immigrants that are probably fucking locked down, fucking being threatened by INS to be deported and fucking told to go and fucking do this for me so that we can fucking run this propaganda campaign to make it look like Negroes are attacking Asians, which is the total crock of shit. And we'll sit there, that you're looking at white society literally playing victim, looking at Asian society literally playing victim, fucking claiming that you are acting like a fucking victim by pointing out real fucking discrimination, while they're not telling that to the Asians. They're not telling the Asians to stop playing the victim card, stop being a fucking race baiter. Asians benefited the fucking most from being the model minority, even more than fucking African immigrants, even more than Hispanic immigrants.
Mm-hmm. So I'm now, since you said that, Educated Areas is up here, Cerulean is up here, and this still goes on in some of our places today, but this is something that I wanted to bring up. And we talk about, we keep hearing this thing where people say black people ain't did this, that, and the third, blase, squaze, because a lot of us don't know history. We say, our community's fucked up. It's this, that, and the third, right? And Black Wall Street and stuff. But black people, in spite of, they were always trying to build. And I'm going to play this real quick. That's an Air Force, right? That's an Air Force badge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an Air Force. He's in the Air Force, right?
Yeah, he's an airman. Now, for those of you who have heard me talk about Gaddafi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gaddafi is highly inspired by black movements here. As a matter of fact, in honor of the civil rights era, where he literally got his political philosophy, that's why he named his political book The Green Book, after basically the Negro Motorist Guide, which is basically also called The Green Book.
And which actually, after that, people don't know, that gave way to the AAA, because they took everything out of the Green Book and put it in the AAA book for your roadside assistance. Because if it was a safe place for Negroes to go, it's safe for whites.
But see, what it also shows you is that this is during a time where they're portraying you as some dumb, unintelligible, minstrel, right? You're literally like a pioneer of American orienteering, to the point where you got the black folk literally crossing out literally hostile, unknown territories. You got to remember, these are mere cars that run on gas, so they got to stop somewhere at some point in time, right? Yeah. And not every single city that they stop in is going to be kind to the great American Negro, right?
Well, if we say it, y'all niggas tripping. So I'm gonna let the white guy with the big chin say it with the money.
First,
whoa, say what? What is that? Pulling yourself up by your bootstraps with no bootstraps?
When I did the video about how many people does a potato feed, right? Like, you're looking at black people during this time gathering up all the potato peels that they can to collectivize them into one big financial move. And but one of the things that came out of the Green Book is, if there wasn't a safe place along the lines to get into another Negro-friendly city, they would literally take that money, those collected potato peels, put them together, and literally buy something in a region so that there could be a safe place for Negroes to go in that city. Like, this is kind of thing that Negroes did. Like, you're talking about pioneers, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna keep. What happened?
No, I was looking at it on the separate device on the tablet, and the screen just went blank. It says suspended for policy violations. So
shit! But it still say I'm still live. So all right, I'll just stop it.
You done sucked that back already?
Hold on, they got me. Hold on. Yo, can they hear me? I'm still live though. I don't know. Maybe they suspended. Hold on, let me check my email real quick. I knew that might have happened. Hold on. Shit. Hold on. Let me go to Gmail real quick, because I don't know how to how to do it. Hold on. Because it's still live. Like StreamYard still got me live. Hold on, let me get into my email. Copyright notice. Stream is interrupted. Streams are interrupted when copyright content detected. After copyright material is no longer an extreme stream may automatically be enabled. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. All right. So these niggas with the bullshit.
Let me see if it's back. Is it back?
Yeah. Let me see if it's back. Hold on. It's, all right, we back, y'all. We back.
All right, there we go. Yeah, if you know a story of how the Green Book was created, right? Very interesting story.
Yeah.
And I would wait for some major black studio to create kind of a movie based on this person's life. And she's actually one of my personal heroes. Her name is Bessie Stringfield. You should probably look her up. I remember back before I took the other channel down, I had a Great Regime Honors for her. Bessie Stringfield was the first woman, not just African American, but first woman to ride across the United States solo, right? And during World War II, as a matter of fact, if you look at her story, like what influenced like the riders, motorcycle riders, in the army, see the utility of the motorcycle with a little bucket seat on the side, right? Like her story is so fucking tremendous, okay? One of my personal heroes. You look her up, she'll become one of your heroes too. Like this one was incredible. Right, her name is Bessie Stringfield, one of the pioneers that helped get the Green Book created. She rode across the United States solo on her motorcycle. Yeah,
and that's you know what I'm saying, and that's a woman. So I was trying to give us some type of ending note on excellence of black folk, right? See how I went through all the effery, right, and then I get to the part of the black folk. And I get smited from the heavens. You see that?
It's Jay Leno's Garage, corporate sponsorship.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, it's the Green Book thing. But I'll do better next time, y'all. I'll you know what I mean. So we won't get an interruption or something like that. But we saw enough because I was actually going to stop it at that point. You know what I'm saying? But we saw enough because he was going to show another place that they had in the Green Book, but it was already down. It was already down. Like a lot of the places in the Green Book don't exist. They're not still running. So,
yeah, because that was one of the things. When you saw black people literally gather their potato peels together, despite having very, very little wealth. You understand this is just coming out of Reconstruction. This is even before the Roaring 20s, right?
Yep.
Where this thing is established.
And
they even went beyond World War II.
Yeah, because you saw the brother sitting there in his uniform. You know what I'm saying? And it was the Department of the Air Force was made during Korea, like right during the Korean War, right?
During the Korean War.
Yeah. So
remember before that, the Air Force was still a part of the Army Air Corps, right?
Yeah,
it was the Army Air Corps before it was the Air Force. During World War II, and the reason why they see the necessity of it is because long range dive bombers, and that's Korean Wars. Whenever you've seen the first deployment of aircraft flying off of and landing onto carriers, right?
Yeah. And what I'm gonna do, but we've been the producers over there waving at me. Hey, producer. So what I'm gonna do, I'm glad that everybody that came up today. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the brother Dark Man Jeff for coming through, offering to support the channel. Appreciate you. But you can, you know what I mean, if you want to do any monetary support to the channel, if our producer, you know what I mean, the Quincy Jones of this space, if Char Will, if she would drop her Cash App, or you know what I mean, to support her channel, because I think that this woman has done so much to build so many of these channels in these spaces, and she is a mod extraordinaire. And she is tomorrow. Tomorrow is her show and everything like that. And we're gonna play that on the way out. And I'm gonna give the floor to our esteemed brother Cerulean for his closing thoughts. I'm gonna wrap up the show because I got something to do. Yeah, because I do have a life, and it is warm outside, and you know we don't have the restrictions that y'all have in the States because Japanese people know how to follow the rules. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Ain't nobody marching talking about let us outside. You know what I'm saying? So being what it may, being what it may, you know me, you know me. If you want to support my channel, share it, like, comment, subscribe, watch the stream after it's done. Give me your input in the comment section. If you want me to touch on something, we do these open panels once a month, maybe twice a month, depending on if it's a special circumstance. But go ahead, Cerulean, you got the floor, and I'll finish with my final thoughts, and we'll get the hell up out of here.
Hey, look, I appreciate what you're doing, man. I think this is a really excellent, platform and style, right? It's remnant of literally kind of what the manosphere actually used to be, before they let the derelicts and the crybabies and the whiners come in off the fringe, So I really appreciate the format. I think that everyone that watches us, I think highly of them. I think they possess a great amount of intellect and esteem. And I actually very well highly look at all of you that way, and this is why, you always hear you say, like, I'm not really eager for, another round, the targeting and the smearing, even though I know the policies that are coming down the pike are about to like change all of that. It doesn't necessarily make me any more eager to get back into the arena. I think that with what you're doing, with what our esteemed lady Char, our esteemed lady Ruby, our esteemed Supreme Elder JustaskChar, shout out to Cursa. I think what everybody's doing, I think that's excellent, right? It literally gives me space for pause. Like I can sit back and like take these long hiatus, right? Like I was literally walking around sick for a couple of weeks, didn't even know, and one day I like stayed up like literally all night. Had to leave out of the house like 6 a.m. because the only time the Minneapolis VA basically has walk-ins to be seen for those type of things, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning, which means I got to leave out of here at like 6 before morning rush hour traffic. Yeah. And I'm just now kind of getting over it, right? I was sick, and literally I was told by the doctors, like, look, if you hadn't came into us the day that I came in, I'll probably be walking around with pneumonia by now, right?
Yeah,
which is fatal in an environment of COVID, right? So I think that when I'm looking at these spaces, I'm seeing these great channels popping up that's injecting more positivity. Hell, I'm even seeing my old adversaries like trying to jump back into pro-blackness. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like woke up one day, looked at YouTube, and it was like I was going, I was in the Twilight Zone. Like, oh, this thing just used like one of my talking points. Like, I know the Turner joke is so good, even though it's like almost like 4 years old. It's so fucking good that I know some niggas still got to use it, even though if you asked them what the joke is behind it, he probably couldn't tell you, right? Hey, see how old adversaries jumping back into pro-blackness. Well, I had a certain derelict Negro male who's also fucking cuckold extraordinaire, literally call me John the Blackest. I, even hear that little fuck nigga trying to jump back into pro blackness, right?
Well, because it's the only consistent argument,
It's the only solid argument. It's the argument I've always been on, right? And even whenever I fucking like opposed, like members, the leaders, the Black Order, like, look, we can't fucking let that shit off on the fringe. Well, I would fucking rather alienate every motherfucker in the goddamn manosphere than to let that shit in off of the fringe.
Yeah.
I would literally rather crush them to dust than to let that be the thing that we run with, just because you see that there's such a growing market and fucking make money off of these young men's pain. You want to inject them. The cure to that is inject them with pride, esteem. Those are the things that literally motivate the man to basically exercise his Y chromosome. It's not about getting on a fucking panel and telling a woman she can't fucking tell you what to fucking do, because guess what? This is a motherfucking free platform. And until you fucking start paying your way, paying the cost to quote unquote be the fucking boss, you haven't really fucking built anything. And that's kind of the thing why I kind of understand where people like Cynthia G are coming from. And yeah, build anything. You're on fucking YouTube. You're crying about business all fucking day. You haven't built anything. Of course you haven't. You can come on here and claim to be a six-figure nigga all you fucking want to. We know that you're not, because we know the fucking the data. We know what the data says. And here I am as the humblest of black men to tell you I'm not a six-figure Negro. I'll never tell you that I am, just to fucking give you the illusion of class strata. That's why you talk about fucking passports and all that shit. I will tell you straight and real. I won't sit there and try to sell you the illusion of class strata and tell you, yeah, you should go there, man, because the bitch is better there. Yeah. Just because there's certain places that like black men around the fucking world doesn't mean that you should necessarily go there. Unless we fucking learn the lesson from our esteemed young brother who went to Greece, who thought he had white college friends, who never even fucking protected him from that white mob that killed him because he was fucking talking to a local woman who was the bartender, who literally found a liking, who literally took a liking and an interest in this young black man who he fucking killed. He could have been your next fucking Robert F. Smith. He could have been your next Jay-Z. You don't know what he could have been. That was fucking stolen away from us as a community. But see, in the same token, every single time we see these young men go down the wrong fucking path, and I'm sitting there telling you, it's not a fucking, look, if you're not going to be a fucking cleanup man, at least do your fucking part, just as a fucking man. Look, you're talking about, you're here to fucking help black men, young black men, fucking take one into your house, take them into your house.
And yeah.
Take them into your house. We can give them look. This is something that I grew up in a generation that fucking like literally prided themselves on that. There was no shame. There's a lot of pride that went along with being, a mentor or a stepfather, a fucking coach, or a fucking teacher. There's a lot of fucking pride in that. We like the black community was always prided itself on that. That still literally happens all around the world. It happens in the white community. You don't fucking see it because they like to keep their shit a secret while they put yours on blast. And see, here we are putting theirs on blast. And I'm showing you, Dre is showing you, the regime is showing you that these motherfuckers, they do even worse shit than what they fucking accuse black people of. These people are no angels. They are not the standard for morality. When you look at morality, black people are the moral compass of this fucking country. We fucking fight for everybody. We fight for immigrants to come here. We fight for immigrants to fucking have some fucking stay here because we recognize depressed and discriminated against peoples.
Yeah.
When we see these things like anti-Asian attacks, we can recognize it as just a bunch of bullshit. And the reason why the black community has been mostly silent on it is because until Asians just fucking come out and be truthful and be real, the way that we've always been real with everybody else. The difference is our shit is always on Front Street. But see, I think that makes us a greater people because we're so transparent with everything. You see? Because we're so open. See, and we kind of like that, right? We always say that we like, motherfuckers being real with us. There's nothing realer than you trying to bullshit and they can tell you, man, you also fuck shit. It don't matter where that motherfucker at. He could be in public. He could be in a motherfucking, House of Commons. He could be in Congress.
Yeah.
You also fuck shit right now, nigga. No matter what the fuck is that.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that makes us a fucking great people because we have a tendency, and we've always had a tendency, even before the days we left slavery, we had a tendency to fucking check ourselves. And that's the reason why we've always had to be better. As a matter of fact, some of you don't even fucking take pride in poverty and understand what the greatness of poverty is. This country actually did us a favor by keeping us broke. It's because broke people have always been the innovators of society's changes. Have always been the guys that changed the trajectory of people. When you look at the history of revolution, you're really looking at the history of impoverished people who fight back against oppression, exploitation. And that's not even exclusive to Black Americans. That's literally something that oppressed people identify with around the world, which is why the world loves us. Which is what the appeal of the Black man around the world is. You understand? And that's why I refer to you as Black nobles, the Ebon Noblesse of all of society. When it comes to the diaspora, there is no Negro greater than this native-born, homegrown Negro. I'll call you the great American Negro, the Black nobility. Long live the Ebon Noblesse.
Long live. I'm gonna say my piece here. You know what I'm saying? Thank the you know what I'm saying, our esteemed brother in here, Cerulean, you know what I'm saying, for his thoughts. I'm gonna say my piece here. I appreciate everybody that came through. I appreciate Ant for bringing the party over. Right now, Ant is live. He's doing the after party over on his channel. So if you want to continue the party going, I'm passing the baton back off to the brother. Go check him out. He's live right now. If you ain't subscribed to his channel.
Somebody got the link, go ahead and put that in the chat because I definitely want to check it out. You know, I need to make a store run myself. I would definitely like to check it out, and I'll go over there and I'll even join the panel for a time too. If you're going over there, Dre, you know I'm gonna go over there.
Hold on.
I'll be seeing you somewhere like, man, I want to get on this panel with my nigga Dre up there. Yeah, I know it's gonna be a blast. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop this in the hold on. Shoot. I'm gonna drop this in the chat.
You know what's funny, Dre, is that I used to be the fair seeming guy on the panels, right? But I'm noticing that people starting to prefer your torture chair better than mine now. I feel some kind of way about it, but I actually am glad about it, right? Like you're doing all the work. You're like the Dessalines of the outrageous,
But it does help that I'm on a 12-hour, 13-hour time difference because but I can get some sleep. Like why, you know what I'm saying? It's daytime for me while they doing these late night streams, so it's cool, right? Like it's not dragging on me, and I do it because it doesn't put pressure on the rest of everybody else. I'll be the man on the wall. You know what I mean? But that's the link to Ant's channel right there. He's live right now. You know what I mean? They do their streams. They have American topics. It's a co-ed place, so it's for men and women to have a conversation. So you know, so it is what it is, and I appreciate that brother coming over, bringing over the crew. They support and educated areas was up on the panel. All you know, I mean, we got the Supreme Elder DJ Muziq in the chat. We got Simply Neek. We have crew, CRU Reality, RVSOP Stop Through. The whole regime was here. The kinfolk was here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Even the pit came through. Hail the pit. When they came through. Queen of the South, you got a wrench because you was always supporting and stuff like that. Appreciate all of y'all coming through. We're going to play this on the way out because we got to pay some bills. You know what I'm saying? We got to pay some bills, right? You know what I mean? Straight up. So appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all could be anywhere y'all wanted to be, but y'all was here with me for 4 hours. Thank you. Usually the show time is 90 minutes. I say that loosely, 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Man, you know, it's funny. I just wanted to mention this right quick before we get up out of here. Because I always thought it was funny, right? Because we predicted that niggas was going to hop back on the pro-black bandwagon, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they're like a whole month, you know, they're like a whole month early. It's like not even May, right? Because we said that it was going to be May because it was sundress season, which is basically, you know, the choosing season, right? Which would be like the best chance that they got while a certain someone is telling them that the pussy in the mail and apparently it's being delivered by fucking stable sales.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, the U.S. Postal Service, you know, they've been having backups. Like, you know what I'm saying? They've been undermanned, so I guess it ain't coming in the mail. But you know what we didn't account for? We did not account for because sundress season was actually canceled last season. right? So of course it was going to be a couple of months early. Plus spring came early. Spring came earlier than what it was, you know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, that's true too. But it's like literally, we said it was going to be May around Cinco de Mayo, and now like it's like Christmas came early because like it's a prediction is like a whole month early, right?
Yeah,
like you start. Matter of fact, it's even earlier than that because they really started right like last month, like early last month, right? When niggas channels start dying because that fucking red pill shit never really gets nobody anywhere. It's really only a short-term money grab, which is what the white boys were using it for. And because the Negroes always fucking late to the fucking party, fucking thought it was going to be a thing because you can put, people can exploit the Negroes' pain because we all have something really negative experience as black men with black women. Only the more adult of us are going to basically say, look, there's a time here. All right, you have to take responsibility. We're going to man, I wasn't on my shit. I was a piece of shit. Look, I'm I'm kind of a piece of shit now. Really stubborn, really fucking set in my fucking ways. And that's why I tell motherfucker real talk. Like I grew up with some of the worst kind of mommy issues where I fucking grew up without a mom. Okay. And what that leaves is a nigga like me. A nigga that's fucking default setting is no. Okay,
because that's what your dad be like. No, like no.
But see, now that I get older, I can understand where I'm getting it from, right? Because as my dad said, his default setting was no. Hey, you want to do it? Look, my dad maybe fucking get out there and motherfucker work for it, fucking fight for it, whatever. It was fucking some real fucking like Spartan training, right? You're gonna kill black wolf if you want a coat. I only got my fucking winter coat. You better go and kill one of those fucking black wolves out there. Yeah. Or you get a job down the street and pizza deliver some pizzas on your bike.
But I need a coat. But that is a thing that we, that we learn it from as you get older and as you get mature. But it takes you being in a relationship with a woman and actually living with her from day to day to see both sides of the fence.
See, that's why I say like dereliction is a day-to-day struggle. Like I struggle with it now. You know what I mean? Because I'm really not a guy that's like used to. It's over all the time. Like, I'm not fucking typically a romantic guy.
Yeah.
A guy he's like dates or all this. Look, we got a fucking movie night, okay? Like, we'll fucking watch it. It's a fucking romantic. I fucking go like, fucking guys. Like, oh baby, like I've never been that guy. But see, I also can recognize that that's why most of my exes have like ran away from me. It was like, get away from this crazy nigga. But it's something that I even struggle with now, right? Because it is a type of mental illness, right? When you're set in a default state of no, it is kind of a mental illness because you're actually that's why even now I still do believe that the best way to raise children is with the mother and the father together because the children actually do need the nurturing side. Like, look, I'm gonna tell you real shit. You're raised by your father, like you're getting the nature side. Look, you're gonna fucking get out there. This is the way that men have always done it in the fucking history of men, right? You're never gonna fucking get your mom to fucking clean up your scraped knee. It's all right, baby. Oh no, never got that shit. You better fucking suck it up, Buttercup. Get back out there and fucking conquer the fucking environment. Fucking no fucking excuses, okay?
But that's the patriarchy, right? Grind you in the dust.
But, and it's so funny because like it took me till I was like almost 30 to realize I was even being ground to dust. You know what I mean? Like because I had been, kind of like reared in it for so long, you don't even recognize it as being ground to dust. You just think that's the order of things, right? And mind you, I got four sisters, another brother as like even my father like fucking looks down my brother like I never trust you with shit again. I make fun of it, right? But it did kind of show me like when I even look at my brother, like I never want to be that guy. I never want to be my brother.
Yeah, like you don't,
fuck up family businesses and shit.
You know what I'm saying? And that's, but that's what it, that's what it is with the with this in how we deal with each other in the dynamic. But I'm glad that we're turning the corner slowly. It's a hard turn with no power steering, right? You got that old deuce in the corner, your power steering went out, and you trying to bend the corner with that motherfucker going 50 miles an hour. And it's hard. And you want to lose some people. So, and that's why I said I appreciate everybody that's going on this ride. I appreciate Cerulean being here. I'm gonna play this on the way out. Tomorrow is JustaskChar's advice channel. Check her channel out. You know what I'm saying? You could be anywhere, but I'm glad you was here with me. No one will beg you to be great, but over here, we will hold you accountable. We don't care who you are, especially the dominant society. We're going to point you out first. Salute to the nation. Salute to the black nobility. Ebon Noblesse. And we're going to leave you with this right here.
Classic Ruby for their radio show, Keep the Beat. They broadcast every Wednesday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CRBJ, Classic R&B Jams. There are discussions of the songs, and that can take you back down memory lane. If you missed the live broadcast, no worries. Replays are uploaded on Mixcloud. So, follow JustaskChar Advice channel on Mixcloud, and you will receive the notification when these broadcasts are uploaded.
Hi, this is Char Willie from the JustaskChar Advice channel on YouTube. Join me every Friday night at 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for an open panel discussion. You'll find myself, Classic Ruby, and others giving our honest opinion, giving several examples, and problem solving. If you have an email for advice, you can send it to justaskchar@gmail.com. Hope to see you soon.